we get that, let's go ahead and get a roll call going. Isabella?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yatahepene, Delegate Brown present from Danahuto, Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Sherbrooke, New Mexico.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Claudia. Honorable Amber Canespa Claudia. Honorable Amber Canespa Claudia did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Morning. I'm here. Good morning.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning. Delegate Holland is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning. This is Delegate Hino.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here. Yatepan.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Yatepan also. I'm present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Good morning. Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present from Winter Rock, Arizona.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable
Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winica.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winica is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Claudia. Honorable Amber Canespa Claudia. Honorable Amber Canespa Claudia did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
This is Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty. I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 21 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker Kealu is here.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. You have 22 members that answered roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 22 members have answered roll call this morning. Thank you very much for being here with us, colleagues, and thank you very much for being with everybody that's listening in to us well online, chat, for being online with us this morning. As this is our second day of our spring session, again, we do have an approved agenda, but before we continue on to those discussions, let's go ahead and go down to our prayer. I know we invited Mr. Malcolm McCabe to do a prayer yesterday. Unfortunately, we couldn't get that up and loaded, get it going, but let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and introduce Mr. McCabe, and then he can go ahead and take over the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. McCabe, again, for being with us this morning. The floor is yours for doing our invocation this morning. Mr. McCabe, you might have to press *6.
Good morning. Astita.
Oh,
yeah, Nanda, Arnold. Che Malcolm McCabe, that's a genetic to the sun slow. Here on a passes chain to the journey, that's a shadow to the skis, that's a null. Or what are the nance? I don't know where or jet, what I see at the Nasha. The cotton lay. That is and hot sad is nan is not to the sugar. Kushina hit at Oko a share latte Kushida Kanda subsist shadows other not the shaky other such a coordinate without citizens a hearty they should know. Oko yard a not social and other no senator yard a shad has tritos down and no senator yard a actually ebe that eggy ako yard engineer to let off. The shade of Kotos of the Nixon left Naka. What they has all left called the Shamano son, and that the other sketch of the son, twist son, child, Kayos cast notes, so John A. And the time the chair shade cast one, not ask or not answer it, cut it in and Annie. Tana very skip can was on 8 Kodos for the Zendage and Nanos can link or corner. And that corner not acting in the nest, not acting in the nest on in the nest of Kate, in the magic cave, the children not on a corn get down, no soniki, cordy, GP, corn and laughed at corner. You know, and then a page pass, and then a corn has in so got the neck corn gas, his little. I don't know, and then a coin, a high end, and lego. Corner even that John of and Texas corner and high editions, the corner of the J solid corner, what are common high and Lego corner and Jonago, when the Neneki corn, when happened the unladle less. And the corner larger than the house, Haneki corner Hashin, so go bananas so they ego contract the whole the show. The Shin Hashin, so go Ben Hashin. That Edo Hashin so go Yacheta des kind of could and the dish jinky of it as and Yayan the Ado is in touch with this contract the whole just Akotuda, Kotuda, Kotuende, Konike, Aki, Kondende, Wulachinda, Jit, Donde, Yashinda, Touch, Konda di Queno, Karkit, Nekonque, Kedat, Enaki, Yat Eko, Yayan, Daha, Ado, the Konda di with our convent, her band, Nito, the Konda. And that I quantity without identity that or less quantity without no mention not on in Halatas, Nego, other than a Hanjonako, Nakayan Taha art, which they go at it in Sabakan, Jibed of Nihas Eko, and Sabakan, not our skin dog, Yat Eko, other kitchen, not at the hotel, Yat Eko, and Saba, Yat Eko, not our skin dog, it's not the Schneidel, less this shanky corn. Det är konstnären som kan andan linje hos artisten på has linje det kommer jag är konstnären den den kittet den är så snart så det går slett pensa att snart det jag är på den ju nada har så det på då har så nästing Asha Asha what out so doesn't be has bit or lesson not on and off.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Mr. McCabe, for that wonderful blessing this morning. And thank you for blessing the rest of the week and the rest of the session. So with that, colleagues, we thank Mr. McCabe for being here with us this morning. And prayers be with you with the rest of your week too as well, Mr. McCabe. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on. Yesterday, we tried to do the national anthem, but today we have it and we're ready to go. So if you could please stand. I have Honorable Paul McCabe, I have Honorable Otto So, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable Edison Manika here in the chambers with me. Good morning, colleagues. If you please stand, rise as we have our national anthem done by Miss Callis Smith from Page High School.
Yashoda not in Hayos Kaspi Bada Huine Gode Dat Nadai Yakoniches Nelini No dos don't besot the sauce No bayet ahia Bits ahoni
Thank you very much for that beautiful national anthem, Ms. Callis Smith from Page High School. Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for allowing your constituent to come and bless that beautiful song with us this morning. Thank you very much again. I know that we couldn't get that done yesterday, but we had to make sure we had that done today. So again, thank you very much, Ms. Smith, from representing Page High School, representing the community of Lachigi out there in Western Agency. So again, good morning to everyone that's with us this morning. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down as we have an approved agenda. Like it did indicate, yesterday we did have the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation, and then we received a report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. After that, there was a motion to combine the Speaker of the Navajo Nation's report, the Controller's report, all the oral reports, including BIA, IHS, the Attorney General, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council, and Atani Development Corporation, and all the written reports from the Navajo Nation Council standing committees, boards and commissions, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the IHS Area Director. Once that was completed, we went on to old business and we handled legislation 0313-20, 0315-20, and 0023-21-20. With that led us on to our new business legislation, which was started off with legislation A 0042-21, and then B legislation 0055-21 and legislation 0058-21. From there was a motion to have a consent agenda, and that motion was passed to include legislation 0270-219, legislation 0011-21, legislation 0031-21, legislation 0059-21, legislation 0063-21, legislation 0070-21, and legislation 0072-21. With that, that completed our not only the 2/3 majority, but also the consent agenda items. With that, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we have 2 items on our agenda left. Item number E, which is legislation 0318-20, and then item number F, which is legislation 0045-21. So with that, let's go ahead and move back on to our agenda. We are on, again, item number E, legislation 0318-21. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince James, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newman. With that, Mr. Rico is back in the house with us this morning. Mr. Rico, could you please read legislation 0381-20 into the record, and then we can go from there. Thank you very much.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brigade. I'm calling in.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Brigade.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0318-20, an action relating to the Nabikiatik Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order. You have 2 committee reports from the Nabikiatik Committee. 1 committee report from January 14th, 2021. Legislation 0318-20 was referred to a Nabikiatik work session, which did get completed. You have a committee report from March 11th, 2021. Legislation failed and is referred to the Navajo Nation Council due to Section 2 NNC 164.12, a legislation that does not receive sufficient vote for passage by a committee without final approval authority over the matter shall move forward to the subsequent assigned committees or the Navajo Nation Council for action. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule Order 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0318-21 has been read into the record. Is there a motion?
Motion, Helena.
Honorable Helena. Is there a second?
Second, Charles Newton.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Madam Chair Charles Newton is a second. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0318-20?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, with that, there is an amendment coming. So let me go ahead and go to the floor. Actually, go to the sponsor. Honorable Vince James, the floor is yours.
Ik heet nationale speaker, other members of the council, other alcohol, kodo legislation hita don nanal so vi kishid eya ikolo. Amendment eya isa penya holon ko ishi kwage eya eba dish alto nana kodo legal counsel Dana Wanda shi so eya aje yen silchito yen silchihodo asako. Ad eya otskin so bahasti dole shunat ahnalenigi. Yeah.
Thank you. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. What I would add, since there was a very, very thorough discussion at NABI, what happened at NABI was there were two sets of amendments, one by Delegate Slater and then another set of amendments. Both of those sets of amendments passed. Unfortunately, the legislation itself did not pass, so the amendments don't follow with it. Delegate Slater's amendment was previously presented at NABI, and it passed at NABI. I cannot remember the vote, but this the amendment he is providing here is exactly what was put forth at NABI. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate James.
Thank you. Let me go back to you, Honorable Vince James. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much, again, Honorable James. That, colleagues, there was extensive discussion on this legislation at NABI committee, colleagues. I do, just for the record, let me go ahead and go back to the floor now. I do have Honorable Slater in the queue. Honorable Slater, good morning. Floor is yours.
Morning, Speaker. Good morning, Shatui, Delegate James. Thank you very much for bringing this legislation before us. I would like to make the amendment that was just referenced. I believe it passed at NABI either 18-1 or 18-0. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. That serve your time at 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Mr. Rico, if you could read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment number 1, the changes are to, and for clarification, Ms. Barbara, the only changes are in red, correct?
Yes, and just a moment. Let me pull up actually that version. It's easier to see. Hang on, please. Yes, the amendments are in red. If there is a strikeout, it's in blue, and the challenges to this were that the sections were already underlined. So that's why it's in red and blue. Did that answer your question, Mr. Rico?
Yes, I just didn't know, I didn't want to confuse everyone. So I'll just read what is in red and blue, correct?
Thank you. Correct.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, the amendment number 1, Rule 4, Committee Chairperson, Paragraph G, new language. Okay, I'll just read the paragraph. G, the chairperson in their discretion may allow members of other standing committees to address the committee, including questions to the sponsor of legislation and the presenter of reports before the committee. New language is as follows, underscore, members of other standing committees shall not address the committee, report presenters, or legislation sponsors unless recognized by the chairperson. Requests to address the committee by other standing committee members must be submitted to the legislative advisor and chairperson in writing or via email for matters on the posted agenda. For matters added from the floor, members of the standing committees shall notify the legislative advisor and chairperson either in person, if convening in person, or via text or email, or other written notification requests, and underscore. Paragraph J, existing language, the new language, underscore, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, deleted language, overstrike, chairperson, existing language, shall issue a letter of warning to any committee member when they are not in compliance with 2 NNC section 167, which includes that all delegates to the Navajo Nation Council shall attend all regular and special meetings of the Navajo Nation Council and committees. If any delegate is absent from 60% of the meeting days within 1 year period, the Navajo Nation Council may consider a motion to censor said delegate. New paragraph K, underscore K, standing committees may censure committee members who fail to comply with 2 NNC section 167. Standing committee censoring shall not interfere with censoring by the Navajo Nation Council for failure by a delegate to comply with 2 NNC section 167, end underscore. Rule 8, order of agenda business. At B1, after roll call, overstrike invocation. New paragraph I, the chairperson may allow a short invocation after roll call and prior to recognize guests and visiting officials if requested to do so by members of the committee, end underscore. Rule 12, presentation by sponsor. Paragraph B, existing language, if the sponsor or co-sponsor are not present at the committee when their legislation is called for consideration, new language, underscore, the committee may decide to recall or return to the legislation later in the agenda if the sponsor or co-sponsor present themselves in the committee. And underscore. Existing language, the legislation shall be eliminated from the agenda of the meeting and placed on the agenda of the next regular or special meeting of the committee. New language, underscore, if the sponsor or co-sponsor do not present themselves to the committee, and underscore. Rule 14, debate. New paragraph C, before recognition by the chairperson to discuss the legislation or issue before the committee members shall inform the chairperson whether he or she will speak in favor or in opposition and or to request further information from the presenting parties, and underscore. New paragraph D, underscore, after a motion and second to consider a legislation or issue before the committee, any committee member may motion to enter a structured debate. The motioning committee member will conform his or her motion with the rules below. A majority vote of committee members in favor shall move the committee into structured debate. Subparagraph 1, the motioning party will identify the time allocated for the debate on the legislation or matter before the committee, the number of parties permitted to debate in favor or in opposition, and the amount of time permitted per speaker. The chairperson shall develop a roster of speakers in favor and in opposition and requesting further information. Subparagraph 2, the chair shall recognize, 1, the first committee member in favor and the member's speaking time. 2, first committee member in opposition and the member's speaking time. 3, the first committee member seeking further information. The chair shall move through the rosters for each successive speaker according to this order. If an individual roster is exhausted of speakers while speakers remain on other rosters, the chair shall recognize a committee member who has already spoken, provided the member has not spoken more than once on the legislation or matter before the committee. After the speaking rosters have been exhausted, the chair shall call for the question on the main motion. New paragraph E, at the request of the committee member and with the unanimous consent of the committee, the chairperson may permit informal discussion on any legislation or issue before the committee. Informal discussion permits the committee members to speak without recognition by the chairperson. During informal discussion, the chairperson may permit further presentation or discussion from parties not on the agenda or on the legislation or issue before the committee. The chairperson, in his or her sole discretion, will recognize discussion by presenters not on the agenda and possess the power to remove the committee from informal discussion. N underscore. Rule 18, tabling motion, new paragraph E, legislation shall only be tabled by a committee without final approval authority, a maximum of 2 times and not for more than 30 days for each tabling, without the consent of the sponsor. With the consent of the sponsor, the legislation may be tabled for a period longer than 30 days. Legislation tabled twice by a committee without final approval authority or tabled and not considered within 30 days shall move on to the next assigned standing committee or the Navajo Nation Council. N underscore. Rule 19, cease debate, new language and cloture. New paragraph B, any committee member except the presenting sponsor or co-sponsor may motion to invoke cloture. The cloture motion shall limit debate on the legislation to a maximum of 1 hour. C, a motion to cease debate or invoke cloture shall be seconded but shall not be debatable. D, a vote of 2/3 of the committee members casting votes shall cause the motion of cease debate to carry. N underscore. Rule 22, point of privilege. Paragraph A, existing language, a point of privilege, AKA question of privilege, is a overstrike question, statement or request which relates to the overstrike rights and privileges and insert physical well-being or technological issues, N underscore, of the committee members during a committee meeting. A point of privilege shall not be seconded or debated. Paragraph B, existing language, any committee member may raise a point of privilege, overstrike the following language, to receive additional comments or documents from the sponsor, raise the safety of committee meetings, maintain among and between all members of the committee and the public, and to maintain dignity and integrity of the proceedings, and overstrike. And that is it, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker?
How about now? There it goes. Thank you. Ms. Honorable Slater, recognized before.
Thank you, Speaker.
The motion.
I think there was an error in the drafting based off of miscommunication. I wanted the exact amendment that was passed by NABI, and that did not add in the section about overstriking invocation. So if Ledge Council, as we've been communicating via text, can make that, if they can fix that so that it's exactly what was passed at Nabi, which kept intact the invocation provisions, then that's the amendment that I'm desiring to make. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff.
Yeah. Yes,
Mr. Rico,
what-
do you have the copy of the amendment that was made at Nabi?
Yes.
Okay, that, and as I recall, that had some changes after it was presented by Delegate Slater. There was some requests, I believe, for him to modify. So what he would like is the actual amendment that was made at Nabi. And I don't have that in a separate draft.
You're just gonna say that? We have one that's not color coded, doesn't have black and red, so staff's trying to look for that, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm trying to fix that myself. Myself here. Thank you.
Speaker, as a point of clarification, the only modification that was made was removing the overstrike on the invocation section and then the line that said.
So you have that?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll clarify and put it into the record now. Honorable Slater, Ms. Barbara. Mr. Rico?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, the modification that was made at Navigiatiep was Rule 8. We basically deleted changes to Rule 8. So the only change, what was changed from Rule 8 was the original amendment overstrike invocation. However, Honorable Slater accepted a modification to leave invocation in the order of business and also overstrike paragraph I. So we can just overstrike paragraph I of Rule 8 and then unstrike the word invocation, and we should be good, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, do we have that on the board? Okay, with that, it's right into the record. I still need some time to put it on the board, so, but it has been read into the record, so since it has been read into the record, I'll recognize the motion at this time. Honorable Slater, are you good with that?
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, amendment number 1 to legislation 0318-20. This legislation was the same amendment that was brought up at Nabi on March 11th, and that amendment passed by what? 18 in favor and 1 opposed? Yeah. Okay, with that, Honorable Slater, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Honorable Otto So.
Vice Chair Smith, too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe good afternoon, morning. If the sponsor can find a place to add into the point of privilege, that a point of privilege shall not be used when voting, because we always tie up things with point of privilege when we're voting. Mr. Honorable Slater, if you could, if you're up for an amendment or modification, so that our legal team can insert the wording come up with the language related to the point of privilege, utilizing, not to be utilized during when the voting is authorized by the speaker. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 3 seconds. As of right now, you do not have that language for the modification, Honorable Otto So? Okay. That, Honorable Slater. There was a question, and if that modification is recognized, and then it will probably have to go to have Legislative Council work on that amendment. Honorable Slater. Thank you, Ida.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate So. My concern is that in the revised or the clarified point of privilege, it's only concerning like technical difficulties, or if the room is too hot or too cold, or your mic isn't working or something to that effect. And in the process of voting, I think it would be appropriate to, raise that point of privilege. Like if your clicker isn't working when we're all sitting in the chamber, you would raise it and say, hey, that's not working. I need to vote in a different manner. With that feedback, I'd be interested in hearing if Delegate So is still interested in the modification. And if he is, I just need to hear a little bit more from him before consenting to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to for response. Honorable Otto So, we have 4 minutes, 3 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I always see this in when we're voting, it's basically when it's, I see it as a tactic to try to delay the vote or tie up the vote, and point of privilege would come up, and not a point of order. It would say point of privilege. And the questions wouldn't be to, oh, my seat's not soft enough, or my seat's not firm, or the room temperature is too cold. It's always a question to the legislation. And, I think that's where we as delegates, I think we need to start pointing that out, because we all agree that point of privilege is getting out of hand, that they're using it as a question to argue the legislation. If it's a voting time, let's don't use it there. Get down to business and vote. Reserve my time.
Okay, with that, every time 2 minutes, 56 seconds. Honorable Slater, back to you.
I'll consent to the modification, but I think it's incumbent upon the party requesting it to get the language clarified with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Hey, Honorable Otto So, if you could send that information over off of Legislative Council, or recommended amendment, then we can come back. Moving on down.
Speaker,
Yes, Ms. Barbara.
I'm drafting up the amendment for delegates. So what it would read is on Rule 22B, on the last line where it says points of privilege, it would read points of privilege, insert shall not be raised while a vote is being taken, and then the same language, shall not be used to engage in additional debate. That would be the language, and I am getting it out to delegates so right now. Thank you.
You're drafting that information up, so as soon as that comes over, then we'll go ahead and I'll go back to you on auto. So with that, let me continue on. Vice Chair Smith, you're up in the queue. Floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. With HMSN 24th Nomination Council and the sponsor to this amendment. And those that are listening, under Rule 14, under C of the amendment, it talks about before recognition by the chairperson, and the committee member shall inform the chairperson whether he or she will speak in favor or in opposition. There's two things there. In other words, they got to be in favor or in opposition. But if they're only asking questions to find out where they're at on the legislation or either on the amendment, they might not be in favor fully, or they may not be in opposition fully. So that is more or less eliminating the committee member to speak if that person, if the committee member is not in favor or speaking in opposition of it. It's a one-way street, seems like. And the other one too is a question that I have under D is a structured debate. Could you elaborate what a structured debate is? I thought the debate is a debate. And what is the definition of a structured debate? Because when we are on the floor, we have numerous debate that goes on, and then we call out cease debate. So if we call out cease structured debate, is that what we need to call out, or could you elaborate on that? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
You reserve your rest of your time at 3 minutes and 2 seconds. We go back to on later.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Chair Delegate Smith, for the questions. So Rule 14 debate, this is adding in an option that would have to take majority vote to enter into. And it's a way to add some structure to a debate that maybe is meandering and not going anywhere. And, you know, there is business that needs to be done. But it doesn't compel anyone or any committee to use it. It just is an option. I think we'll find some times maybe by the end of this 24th council to use it. Maybe we won't. But with respect to speaking in favor or in opposition, right after opposition in paragraph C, it says, and or to request further information from the presenting parties. So you can speak in favor or in opposition, or you can say, I need more information and I would like to ask that, or I'm speaking in favor, but I'd like to ask more information. So it's not stifling anyone. Everyone can still participate in debate, whether their mind is made up or not. And then with respect to the structured debate, the idea is that you would set in place an amount of time per speaker so that it's not forever. You could filibuster legislation under our committee rules by just, going till the end of the meeting and talking. By adding in that structure, then you'd have to make sure there's a fair debate. And that's one of the biggest issues that we have right now. When someone motions to cease debate, we're always critical of the chair or speaker, and we say, well, I don't think that there really was a balanced debate. So by asking people to identify at the outset whether they're speaking in favor or in opposition, or just requesting more information or would like to discuss the topic, then we're eliminating that uncertainty. And this is a way to help us eliminate uncertainty and provide some time limits, essentially, when we are constrained with our time frames. So again, this is just an option. It's not replacing the normal rules of order. It's just another additional option for anyone to use, or any committee to use if they elect to. You identify the speakers in opposition, in favor, seeking further information. Then you identify an amount of time per speaker so that everyone's treated equally. And then that last part is saying, okay, say you have 2 in favor, 5 opposed. So those 2 people have already spoken. Well, they get a second chance to speak so that there's a little bit more balance in the debate, but they can't speak more than twice. I hope that is good clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That response, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Let me go ahead and move on down. I have Honorable Paul Begay in the queue. Honorable Begay, good morning. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, of the 24th Navajo Nation Council staff, all those listening in this morning. Speaking to this issue, I've always had a problem with AKAs, also known as point of privilege. Point of privilege to me is kind of vague, and I think it is where it opens the door for further debate when we're talking about a certain issue. And it is tied with AKA question of privilege. That is more specific. A person asks a question and receives an answer without any debate. To me, would there some type of modification be necessary or be made available to just use one term rather and take out the AKA? Question of privilege is more specific. Point of privilege, to me, leaves an open area for further debate. So I'm thinking that's why we tend to we provide additional debate when we're talking when somebody raises a point of privilege. So that is kind of what I'm thinking right now. So I don't know, Honorable Delegate Carl Slater, if there's anything that a modification request can be made on this to just strictly go with one term rather than also known as. That's just my thought. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Paul Begay, is that a request then to modify to strike AKA question of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe, yes, I will make that request to strike one or the other. And that way it'll be more specific. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Slater's request to modify.
I consent to striking parentheses, AKA question of privilege, and parens. Thank you, Shanella.
Okay. Is that the only area that this is utilized? Question of privilege. Okay. Thank you. Motion's sponsor is in favor. With that, Madam Chair, Charles Hilton is a second. Are you good?
I'm good with that, Speaker.
Okay, great. That, moving on down. I don't have anybody else in the queue. So I can go back to reserve time. Honorable Odyssey. I don't know if you're ready to go with your amendment, if you have an update.
Thank you very much. I believe Dana's office has the document, and I just kindly request that we the sponsor of this amendment to modify this amendment. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Two minutes and 44 seconds. Any update from Office of Legislative Counsel?
Mr. Speaker, Eugene So.
Who? Honorable Pompey, you have 53 seconds for the record. That was your time. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. I should tell the council that I had a family issue this morning, so I'm on the side of the road, and because I stopped because I wasn't going to make it back to Window Rock. I can't underline on my phone apparently, so I sent the language to those that are in my office and asked them to send it out to Delegate So. And so it should be coming very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Also, I'll come back to you. I won't take any time when the legislation amendment is ready. So let me go ahead and go back to I have a new colleague in the queue, but let me go ahead and continue on a reserved time. Vice Chair Smith, do you have any further comments, questions? 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Che, for answering that question on the question that I posed. The question I have on this amendment is the tabling. The way I read it, it's a way of preventing legislation from moving to the next level, and it's given 30 days. And then there's also an agreement between the sponsor and the committee to table it for longer than 30 days. And this is a the committee without final approval. What's the purpose of this? Because when we do provide legislations, and if it is tabled, it moves forward. So that means, like, if we were in Nabi and we table it, it's not going to go to council. Is that how I read this, or is it just the well, that's a standing committee? And the other one too is the cease debate. It says under D, under page 404, a vote of 2/3 of the committee member casting vote shall cause the motion of cease debate to carry. That is at all committees, even subcommittees? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 27 seconds. Honorable Slater, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Shania Speaker. Thank you, Jay, for the questions. With respect to the first one on the movement of legislation through the committee process, the purpose of this is to provide a little bit more power to the committees of jurisdiction so that they can help influence and craft legislation. Oftentimes in my, and I think many of your experience, my colleagues, our committees are working on items of relevance to legislation that is moving through the process. And we desire to influence the legislation so that it's stronger. For example, if there's fiscal matters and a delegate is interested in only addressing one narrow area, but the committee has been working on a broader area that covers that smaller area for the past year or several months. And if that one legislation moves through without amendment or turning it into something comprehensive, it ends up being a detriment to the government and the nation. And so this idea is not to prevent legislation from moving through the committees, but to provide some options for committees to just slow it down for a quick minute and allow an opportunity to reconvene with those sponsors to strengthen the quality of the legislation. So that's the first response. In regard to the second one on closing debate or ceasing debate, I am unsure whether subcommittees are governed by standing committee rules, so I'll have to ask Dana. Thank you, Speaker.
I'll go over to Ms. Barbara.
Speaker, this is, yes, standing committees are comply with subcommittees are to comply with standing committee rules.
Okay, thank you. With that, go ahead and continue on. Back to the floor. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay.
Hey,
I do.
Oh.
So, yeah. You guys are in my territory discussing this amendment and the legislation. In regards to members, raises a point of there's two different kinds, I reckon. That's what I want to ask Dana. There's a general or a personal privilege, a point of privilege. I reckon that's what I learned when I was in third grade or fourth grade. It's not a filibuster, to ramble on, about legislation at hand. And also, committee with the final approval is also a conflict with the Title I and the Title 11, the voters' rights. So, committee with the jurisdiction is what we're asking for. It's not really in our titles. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. 4 minutes flat. Go back to the sponsor. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I didn't hear a question, so thank you.
Speaker Eugene So, point of privilege.
Eugene So.
I did question Dana regards to two different kind of point of privilege, general and personal. I want a definition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Reserve my time.
Barbara.
Thank you. So the point of privilege, the point of privilege that we're discussing now will be exercised in the during the committee and committee meetings. These are standing committee rules. So the way it is structured has to do with whether the environment is appropriate for going forward. So that would be a personal decision by the delegates, but it goes to the standing committee rules. It doesn't extend outside to other matters. It has to do with the functioning of the committee. So it's hard for me to actually, I was trying to think what a general point of privilege is. This is so the best answer I can say is that the comfort of the delegates at the meeting, whether you can hear, whether temperature is right and such, those are principal. I mean, I presume those are general or personal points of privilege. So, but they're raised at a standing committee. Thank you, Speaker. That's all I can think of to respond to that. And I did not catch the last part of Delegate's question or his second question. Thank you.
Let me go back to Honorable Eugene So.
Sir, Chichi, regards to the way I understand a personal might be like what Carl Slater is defining it, where the temperature, etc., personal, or somebody sick, we might need to leave, etc., for excuse, etc., that kind of person. I wanted to know what really is a general point of privilege. Is there a word different between general and personal? That's what I wanted to find out. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff again. I suspect that the difference between a personal point of privilege and a general point of privilege is actually what Delegate So may be inquiring about, is the difference between a point of privilege and a point of order. A point of order may likely be a more general than a point of privilege. A point of order has not been a matter for in the committees. But a point of order goes more to documents, questions, and such. A point of privilege is more to is more aligned with personal comfort or comfort of the facilities. So if this legislation passes, you will have both point of privilege and point of order available at the committee level. I hope that answers the question. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, delegates. So,
Thank you. Let's continue on then. I don't have anybody else doing the queue, so let me go back to reserve time.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. This is not really speaking to the legislation or to the amendment. Speaker, I would like to ask that we give Dana the day off. She obviously has some important matters to tend to. And Speaker, as you always encourage us to put our families first, especially when we are going through some, difficult times. Dana made the announcement that she had a family issue, and she's obviously trying to assist counsel at this time. So, Speaker, I'd like to ask that we allow Dana to put her family first today and give her the time that she needs to address the issues that are going on. I think that every one of us on council, every staff member, everybody who's listening right now shouldn't have an issue, because we all have had to deal with family issues, and we all have had difficult choices when it came to work, but we all had the option of calling in sometimes to try to address those issues that are happening at home. I can't imagine what Dana is going through right now, having to pull over on the side of the road to answer questions. Perhaps there's somebody at Legislative Council who can assist council today as we go through this process, Speaker. I just feel really bad that we are we encourage each other, and we talked about how family comes first, but we're expecting Dana to be on the call at this time. So, Speaker, I'd like to ask if we could consider that and give her the time that she needs to address her family, and then also what's going on at home. Obviously, I know that she wouldn't leave if it wasn't an emergency, but the fact that she had spoken earlier to say that she is on her way trying to address this issue as she's assisting counsel. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve your time at minutes and 6 seconds. I haven't received anything from Ms. Barbroff, so I didn't know that Ms. Barbroff was leaving, colleagues.
Speaker, if I may, I would like to very much thank Chairwoman for her concern. My elderly grandmother had a small stroke. She's 94. I think we have gotten things arranged, and I have caretakers in and such. So my immediate issue is just getting to someplace where I can access the internet. So if my staff will, I know Kristen and Mariana, Laureline and Troy are there. If they will just assist the council until I can get to a spot that has internet other than my phone, everything will be just fine. It will probably take me no more than 10 or 15 minutes to find a place to do that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Take the time, whatever you had to do in order to handle that family emergency. Laureline or Ms. Lowell, I'll be referring to you when if there's any more questions are raised. Until Ms. Barbroff, if Ms. Barbroff gets back on. So with that, colleagues, let me go back to reserve time at this time. I do have Honorable Otto So's amendment. With that, Mr. Rico, if you want to read that into the record and see if there's a modification.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24 Nomination Council,
The amendment would be, it's a modification at Rule 22, paragraph B. Here. Paragraph B.
The last sentence after point of privilege, insert new language, shall not be raised while a vote is being taken. And that's the end of the new language. The existing language includes shall not be used to engage in additional debate. So the new language would be points of privilege shall not be raised while a vote is being taken and shall not be used to engage in additional debate. Mr. Speaker.
I consent, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rico. That, Honorable Otto, so you good with that? That modification, request to modify. That, Honorable Slater, request to modify. Are you good with it?
Yes, Speaker.
Hey, with that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton is a second. You concur?
Yes, Speaker, I concur.
Hey, thank you. With that, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and continue on down. Honorable Otto, so 2 minutes and 44 seconds on the amendment. Serve your time at 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute and 27 seconds. On Amendment 1.
Okay, Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
What did he say? Okay, I didn't hear that one. Can you hear me?
I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Serve your time. 1 minute, 26 seconds. That, moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay, 2 minutes, 52 seconds.
Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Serve your time, 2 minutes, 51 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, 4 minutes.
Okay. The definition is clearly explained. If we are to be reminded, I reckon it's all right. Reserve my time.
Serve your time. 3 minutes, 57 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 6 seconds.
Speaker, thank you, and also colleagues, and thank you, Dana, for that clarification. So, Speaker, I will say that I am in support of the legislation as a whole and also the amendments that are being proposed here today. I think that, we encourage our Navajo Nation employees all the time to, to make changes, to make things more efficient and effective. And I believe that that's what this amendment, as well as the legislation being a Delegate James is doing. I think there are a lot of clarifications that have to be made, questions that we ourselves ask on the floor as delegates. We're always saying for clarification on what code says, and also what the rules of order state. So I'm in support of this amendment, and I'm also in support of making things more effective, making it more efficient, and clarifying what the rules are as far as the way that the work on behalf of our people, the way that is conducted. So I think that these are really some really good ideas that are being questioned, and then also the amendments that are being proposed right now. So I encourage my colleagues to continue to make those recommendations, and then more importantly, to support the legislation and the amendment that's being proposed here at this time. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I'd like to reserve time. Roboto So, 2 minutes, 43 seconds. Roboto So waves his time. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 26 seconds.
Well, thank you, Chair, our Speaker, and the Nation Council. Real quickly, reading letter E, it contradicts with what the structure trying to keep in the debate. Now we're opening it up to a informal discussion, and that's going to cause more time before we even get to the point of asking for the question. So why is this in here? Maybe that should be stricken out for the informal discussion and just keep it with the structure. I don't oppose the structure, but when you do make it informal, it says that members to speak without recognition by the chairperson. So if we're in this standing committee, I don't even have to be recognized by you, Chair. I could just speak on behalf, say, I want an informal discussion, and just continue and become a filibuster. And that's a measure that's an informal discussion. I've reserved my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That 17 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, floor is yours for a response.
Thank you, Speaker Shania. Thank you very much, Chache. The question about paragraph E under Rule 14 debate. So this is a separate paragraph from the structured debate rules. And when this was presented at NABI, things were clearer because it was within the larger rules of order. So I apologize that I did not make that presentation here today. But as a matter of clarification, you can only enter into informal discussion if every single committee member consents to it. So for example, if we're on the HES committee and Chair So is running the meeting, the 5 remaining members, if we're all there and present, we would have to consent to it. So the chair could then say, okay, we're going to talk about our scheduling for the next 2 months. And I don't need to go to Delegate Paul Begay and then back to Delegate Pernell Halona and then back to Delegate Charlene. So, and just adding in, you're recognized, you're recognized, you're recognized. Instead, we can just say, hey, I got May 22nd available. I got June 5th available. Let's go ahead and have our work session this date and this one this date. Another example would be if a report is being presented on an entity of the Navajo Nation government. We'll say on the Office of Legislative Services. We'll pick on our own. So Mr. Rico is providing his report back to the committee, and then we realize we need to bring in someone from the Office of Legislative Counsel or from the Human Rights Commission or something to that effect, and they're not recognized under reports. If every single person on the committee agrees to it, the chair can then say, hey, we're going to recognize, say, Mr. Gorman from Human Rights Commission, and he can speak for a few moments, and we're gonna engage with him for a few moments on this subject matter. The chair has the authority to remove that informal discussion. So it doesn't grant the right to the committee or to an individual to filibuster because the chair can end it at any moment. I could be in the middle of talking about my schedule and Chair Daniel So could say, that's enough out of you, Carl. We're going to move forward on scheduling it on May the 4th, even though it's Star Wars Day and you want us to not schedule something on Star Wars Day. So I hope that provides some clarification that the chair will always have the power to end the informal discussion, and it has to be agreed to by everyone. And I think will only be used in very narrow circumstances where we need to have a little round table discussion in order to clarify something. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chache.
Thank you very much. That, I'm gonna continue on down. I don't have anybody in the queue. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Paul Begay, 2 minutes, 51 seconds on Amendment 1.
I'll wait my time.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. Waving your time. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes, 57 seconds.
Hey, yeah, that's just the comment on it in regards to a chair having authority. It doesn't really, it kind of conflicts with other rules within the, any kind of, even in Congress. I didn't did, he can do whatever he wants to, because some people are like that. When you give him a authority or a chair or vice chair, the name of it will go to his head or her head and start using it as wise to make whatever decision that they want. It's best to hear all the council delegates. It's also conflicts with Title 11, the voters' rights. Just wait my time, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we've been time. Eugene So. That, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Everybody else on the queue. So, Vice Chair Smith, 17 seconds.
Okay, Speaker Nana, 17 seconds left. This amendment is going to create a lot of issues. I can see that. And I see members will be saying, I need to move my legislation. And when we don't have the final authority, that's going to be the big token. I see that. So I guess if I'm right, thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I went out to reserve time. Any other comments, questions? Or twice? Or 3 times? Go to board on amendment number 1.
Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Paul Begay Jr. Paul Begay Jr. Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Regina Charles Newton votes green. Amber Knaus-Barkhadi. Amber Knaus-Barkhadi. Amber Knaus-Barkhadi did not vote. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Mark Freeland. Mark Freeland. Mark Freeland did not vote. Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Jamie Henyo. Jamie Henyo. Jamie Henyo did not vote. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Vince James votes green. Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Ricky Ness votes green. Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Carl Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. does not vote. Honorable Edson Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edson Monica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Cloudy. Honorable Amber Knussbach Cloudy. Honorable Amber Knussbach Cloudy did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. does not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland does not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. does not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, this is Delegate Daniels. I vote green. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. I vote green on that last vote. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Thank you, colleagues. With that, 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Motion carries on legislation 0318-20 as amendment number 1. That back to the main war motion. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, I'd like to be put on the queue for when we get back on the main motion. Thank you.
The floor is yours. We're on the main motion.
I guess, at Navi, we passed the amendments, and then at the vote on the legislation, the committee voted in majority opposition. And right now, the reason I voted red is because on the amendment, because it's more complex. We're making it to where we'll be, I guess, seeing who's on the call, who wants to talk, rather than addressing the issues at hand at the committee level. And again, the full discussion on the impact of the amendment, as well as the rules of order that will be encapsulated in the way that we currently go through the or meeting agendas. And so in that respect, I really think that NABI as a working committee really needs to discuss the implications of these rule changes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I propose that we send this back to NABI for a work session, because as Honorable brothers, Raymond Smith Jr., Eugene, so really, I agree with their thoughts. We're going to be so entwined, wrapped up in these rules that there'll be several challenges from within the committees as we move forward. And so that's my thoughts. So, Mr. Speaker, I would make the motion to send this particular legislation and the amendments back to NABI for a work session. That would be my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Motion, colleagues, by Honorable Chairman Daniel So to send legislation back to NABI Committee for a work session regarding the latest amendments. With that, Chairman Daniel So, I would just need a
Questions of privilege?
Honorable Chairman Daniel So, what is your timeline in order for that to come back to council?
Within 30 days.
We would have to call a special session within the next 30 days. $30 days?
Yes.
Okay, with that, colleagues, so motion to send this legislation back to referring it back to the NABI Committee for a work session. With that, and then coming back to the Navajo Nation Council no later than 30 days from today, which is 4/20. So back here no later than 5/20. With that, colleagues, is there a second? Second by Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Daniels, second.
That, colleagues, there's no referral, or there's no debate on the referral motion except back to the sponsor. Honorable Slater, you have 3 minutes.
Speaker, I'm not the sponsor of the legislation. Delegate James is.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. Been a long week already. Honorable James, I'm sorry. Honorable James, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks. Another speaker, other members of the council, other Chiche, Honorable Daniel So, other tabling to table to take it back to Nabikia. Hashid out is on the need. It had to down the case though. Is not the sheet. Hashid Ashi be Aya Ashita it's to be Aya Anan Latina Lonko. Upon the Kodo Bana Oshka Gishinat Arno Limigi. The Nishi Kodobe has on in Iki. Basement Anani Glimigi. Jo had out a quite in hustle calls. Ado do event el caldo a quadrigent a yanto edo need ako. Ado the quid she Title II subcommittee to nda itle don handa kata to as an invitation hit nda in at kote legislation ba just on the ha hoshi ya quite cohort FD no fun di kako. But it's a living document, it's not a concrete document. At the ahona don't need then his question the 23rd now for Nation Council, yeah. They has on it the land quite has on it but laho honji did it needs the nego by years kill now for Nation 23rd Council yeah that land yande October that is on by years here. Ocean Title 2 the subcommittee dissolved earlier question so yeah it's go ado be sati place do ado kodo ado hojo don't need section so if you look at the Title 2 subcommittee document for the 23rd Now for Nation Council quite that was supposed to be completed back then during the spring session, and then the final version was supposed to be considered by summer session. We're beyond that, totally beyond that. We keep going round and round asking for work session. We did have a work session on March 4th, and only a few of you guys attended again. Not all the delegates attended, and that's why I made a comment at one point. How can we make it a directive and mandatory for delegates to attend work session? So I just asked my colleagues to vote red, and let's move forward with this Title 2 legislation so we can be in order. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Go to the board, colleagues.
Almer Begay.
I vote red.
Almer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One vote red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, so okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Ellahare votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knesset Prati. Honorable Amber Knesset Prati. Honorable Amber Knesset Prati did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote
Honorable
red.
Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 9 opposed. Mr. Speaker? Nope.
Can you hear me now? Thank you very much, colleagues, for taking that vote. That 12 in favor, 9 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, legislation 0318-20 with one amendment has been referred back to NAPK committee for the work session and then coming back to council no later than 30 days. That, colleagues, just as an announcement right now, the time is 11:52. Colleagues, Mr. Donovan Hanley has reached out to all the delegates who have wanted to attend the service, the meeting with Dr. Jill Biden with FLOTUS. There are 4 delegates who have not responded. If you don't respond in the next 5 minutes, the cutoff time is at 12 noon, colleagues. I know Mr. Hanley has been reaching out, so if you got a text message from him, please respond back to him so you can get that information over to information so they can set that up and forward it over to the FBI and the Secret Service. That, moving on down.
Speaker. Speaker.
See, I can't guess.
This is Edmund, sir.
Chairman, good afternoon or good midday.
Hey, Speaker. Good afternoon. Just for the record, sir, I'm busy with lambing, so I'm not going to be attending the visit, our First Lady. But have a good visit, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the response, Chairman. That. Moving on down, item number E, legislation. Is it E? Oh, actually F, item number F. Legislation 0045-21. Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record, I appreciate it. Somebody muted me. I can hear you. I can hear you clear. No. Now.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0045-21, an action relating to budget and finance and Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund Income 5-year expenditure plan for fiscal years 2022 to 2026, waiving 12 NNC section 1162B for a limited time period. There are committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee recommend that it do pass with 2 amendments. Amendment number 1, page 4, line 15, insert new section 6 as indicated below. Section 6, reimbursement to the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, including the American Rescue Plan Act, for the purpose of COVID-19 relief and recovery to reimburse the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund up to the full amount approved in this resolution, to the extent allowed by federal and Navajo Nation law. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund as the initial priority in any future expenditure plan resolutions for COVID-19 relief and recovery. Amendment number 2, page 3, line 26, amend language in section 3D, paragraph D. The permanent fund income over $4 million shall be designated as excess income for the purpose of this expenditure plan. Overstrike language, and the controller shall include the excess income in the calculation of available funds for the unreserved undesignated fund balance in accordance with 12 NNC section 820K, the excess income and overstrike. Insert new language shall remain in the permanent fund, and end of new language shall be available. New language to fund additional needs. End of new language by Navajo Nation leadership. Overstrike in accordance with 12 NNC Section 820L of the Appropriations Act, which governs supplemental appropriations and overstrike. The committee report from the Nabakayati Committee. Recommends that the legislation is passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker. My own IT guy over here. Okay, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Rico, for reading item number E, legislation 0045-21 into the record. Sponsored by Chairman Hinu, co-sponsored by Honorable Wanika. That, colleagues, on legislation 0045-21. At this time, is there a motion?
Motion, Charles Newton.
Motion by
Eugene
Madam Chair Charles Newton. Second, by Honorable Eugene So. Any comments, questions on legislation 0045-21?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have some questions.
Okay, with that, I'll turn the floor over. Chairman, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
No, to the Speaker Damon, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
No, Kashina. This is 24th Navajo Nation Council. By here, the call, and I guess when you donation on the over not a county, this J. And not about his Kiko. As a decade, so get a Dihon, a peso, not Zogi. Navajo Nation budget. To be dated, a concert so see has only the Tapan Sozi. Cha did every Nahapika, a budget season, but not bandit on other than that, the com a shortfall. About honestly, I did not base on another dot. The corner base of the fellow did any the hotza. Even not a hard of another detail. I did not have it to go. Other even not a corner. The base on Arsenal. Yande and not only and has Canada, so that answer that case. Other than that, the Shigila Office of Manager and Budget Controller at the Hagi 1980s and down. So that lay not so the days a compass on now spasa. The Kushi the meal now spa a other Lachar Lisa Hano. Near you that you know, they see her. Other than that, the com the skill are coaching on it, and the house there. I know that is see or that. The Saile Naso that is on Hachini answer that case. So can I answer that case? Jota answer that case. Dia and Anton, let's say, Windina il Chito. The only the base or give us that all cast. Natina Hajer. When her son and other Windina il Chio, Shashi hands out no state. The stock market, your Yagi. Investitor, he had no Jota about this uncle. Other base I had the Lia, other base was only a little asleep. At the Kudon, how Jijico. So a deep base of a Asinigi, Junai Chigi, though, I would not a base on not a Higi. Jo a that no a yata, so a did. How does she? He could only base on it's not all the natural resources that the Higi. In some these now, no that yada. Joke or AD other HO don't eat. Chinido is based on the even near the Arsenal. No, is how Zico. Other than that, the Shizik are there. This street, take up in Kaho. Cutting down what you not have Arsenal on Kashinza. Nice, called the base of its area. Though a Sage did. Not in top base has Canada. A base of Chito is not his own this source. A first 5-year permanent trust fund income projects. And A is what hasn't be called Hashil Soviet Initiative projects about the Hagi. A other base of each of that. Anyway, they tell those are shipwreck hotel that. Other Crown Point Hotel that. Other Kodom. Individuals economic development that. Shanto. The people sheet are a other base of short in Cookan. So the Kadea could na Kigone. Second permanent fund income revenue give is any and not also. The call the general funds you never pay so. Call the been Babylon, she get direct services. The AD as of being the note for the next 5 years, just about case be the base on idea projects about done. Just a general fund base of behind data. Every year the Kushina is 40 million that's a average and later on this if you go back on the projections on the average 30 to 40 million on the permanent fund income. So a base of so a could a deep budget banapa down a other a touching out even that a not so 5 years not the FY 2022, 23, 24, 25, and 26. So the base on is so So even that the history of the permanent fund and the intended purpose again. So with this, our speaker, within my allotted time, I'd like to have Marty Ashley from the Navajo Nation Tax Commission, and he was there at that time when this whole idea was being crafted and put into motion for the permanent fund. I'd like him to speak on a little bit about the history and the intended purpose of the permanent fund. According to the husband, so Mr. Marty Ashley, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
So Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to yield the time to Mr. Marty Ashley.
Hey, thank you. That, Mr. Ashley, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker and the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Dia kwa sa bedana di adobe has ani ilyagi eya also about deshne eya siben ye ilyagi eya 1980s kwa na halji shata the Bond Finance and Investment Committee, but that no, Mr. Bobby White and Eloise Cicciarello and Elmer Lincoln and the late Leonard Haskey. They yesi they has ani di khadelyagi yin da has ya yadashkio yad nasko yida asni. Ita na haljisha tashi yad yesi ki Washington beta inishiki beso beta inishiki ya Jin Hage Betsado Yad Yahnahin Degi coal royalties, auto oil and gas royalties, timber royalties. Eshe you see Betsado Ye Washington ye Goshden a Quana Hajisha Tashi Ya no a beso Yahnahin Da Ya no Quana Hajishi so at Washington, the federal government is she bond financing for state and local government. She lada asli. Ko eben nach she based on hato nilta no. Le New York City guna stay. She one of the financial institutions. Leta asli. She financial statements and audit report. She kun des She de nechi based on financial institution which in that most of your revenues are coming from natural resources. If these natural resources are no longer coming in, what if there's no more natural resource, no more coal or no more oil and gas? Where you can get the monies to repay this loan or this bond finance that they'll need. So they make that institution made a recommendation. Look at the state of New Mexico. Look at the state of Alaska. They have a permanent fund and see how they're situated. So based on that recommendation, that's what this group did, the Bond Finance and Investment Committee at that time. And that's how they put this together. So the original legislation, the original resolution that put the permanent fund in place, it says this is going to be a source for future revenue to replace income which is now derived from depletable natural resources under whereas number 4 of CJY-53-85. So you see gets on but auto yal ya nine deha se chin ha get auto yal ya nine deha quishing it's not that is called McKinley Mine, Black Mesa Mine, and then recently Kienta Mine. They all closed. And so we're at that point now where the purpose and intent of this permanent fund to replace the revenue stream from natural resources is before us right now. That's the purpose and intent of this permanent fund. So that's what's before you today. My leaders, not on in the Shiniki, a crank dancel so showed I had that you see on na hapik a base on not that agi a ajo show idolish. Been yeah what on get dancel saws. So just kind of adding on to Chair Henyu's explanation in our language or the net language. It's not on, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I want to just kind of highlight my understanding about how this was created, and my information is coming from the person that was responsible for it, Mr. Bobby White. So I worked a number of years with Mr. White, and he's one of the main persons that crafted this this legislation creating this permanent fund. Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
That, Chairman, does that conclude your presentation? Chairman, can you?
I'm here, Speaker.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Oh, so that concludes, hold on. I can't allow Mr. Marty actually for the issue behind it. And one thing is that we need to, so that we could pass this legislation, and then that way we can move forward with our budget, general fund budget, and supplementing that budget for the next 5 years. And then also other income that we have, like from different sources of revenues, even sales tax. And we have to consider sales tax also, as far as where are we going to go, and when it comes to revenue projections and supplementing our general funds. But this is intended for the general funds, and if we could all support this legislation, I would appreciate it. And let's just all do this for the direct services for the people. That concludes my presentation, and yield for question.
Hey, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to your agent, Mr. Marty Ashley. With that, colleagues, let me go to the floor. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton in the queue. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Otto Shinado, Delegate Henyo, our Chair Henyo. I appreciate this legislation. The reason why I had some question is we did receive an email from Kristen Lowell at 11:56 that was sent out to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm not sure if delegates had the opportunity to read through the two issues, but there are two issues being presented to us on behalf of Office of Legislative Counsel. Within that, from what I read, there's also, I'm assuming, maybe some concerns coming from Department of Justice and also the Controller's Office. So, Speaker, I'd like to get a little bit more information about like what the concerns are, and then the two issues that have been presented to us by Office of Legislative Counsel, Kristen Lowell, Speaker. So, if I could hear from them, thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Speaker Damon. Speaker Damon is Vice Chair. Put me in the queue, please. Thank you.
Here, Charles Newton, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 7 seconds. Let me go to Ms. Lowell. Are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Kristen Lowell. I am on the line.
Ms. Lowell, the floor is yours in response to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. I just would like to highlight the document that I sent out. So if delegates haven't had an opportunity to read it, everyone's issues and concerns that were raised by the Office of Legislative Counsel. So the purpose of this legislation is to approve a 5-year plan, and as Delegate Henio and Mr. Ashley indicated, part of that is to put the money into use for expenditure during the next 5 fiscal years. This legislation allocates $40 million in each fiscal year to be used toward that purpose. Another purpose is for what I called in the legislation excess income to be used for other purposes that are approved by Navajo Nation leadership. And the distinction between the first 5-year plan and the current 5-year plan is that in that legislation, the Navajo Nation Council approved projects, and then the quote excess funds goes into or was available to go into expenditure for the general fund. And this time around, it was chosen to do a little differently because there are issues regarding income shortfalls. So the first page of my document has the expenditure plan section from legislation 0045-21. And it reads as follows. The Navajo Nation Council, first letter A, is approving the 5-year expenditure plan. So this entire document is an expenditure plan. Subsection B, and that's the first issue that I need to draw to Council's attention. It reads, the Navajo Nation Controller shall include $40 million for each fiscal year from 2022 to 2026 in the annual revenue projections required in 12 NNC Section 830C. It was pointed out to me after the Budget and Finance Committee had voted on this legislation that this putting it into annual revenue projections is going to trigger set-asides. And that's okay if Council would like to do that, but I'm not altogether certain that that is the intent of the sponsor of Council or of anyone that participated in the pre-discussions leading up to drafting this legislation. So subsection C, or paragraph C rather, it just is a paragraph indicating that if there's not $40 million in income in a given year, then it'll be funded up to the amount of income that is available for expenditure. And then another area of potential concern is the very next paragraph. Originally, it was drafted as $40 million, or rather the amount over $40 million available each fiscal year as permanent trust fund income would go into the calculation of available funds for the unreserved, undesignated fund balance of the general fund, also known as the UUFB. And then the excess income would be available for additional needs. So at the Budget and Finance Committee, the very next portion of your document is the amendment that was made at the Budget and Finance Committee. So you'll see there that the money is to remain in the permanent trust fund, and the information was stricken out about it going into the UUFB of the general fund. And at the time of the Budget and Finance Committee, one of the concerns that I had was getting it out of the permanent fund, and I didn't have the opportunity to fully flush it out. But the document that you see in front of you labeled options are my thoughts on the consequences of doing it one of the 4 ways. So the first two, or rather, the first option would be to leave the amendment as made at BNF. So if that were to happen, and again, I just want to stress that this is the it's council's document, so the Navajo Nation Council can make any of the choices on this document or even suggest another choice. And I just wanted to make sure that council had all the information and all the options that were available to them before making a decision. Okay, so first option, you can leave the amendment as made at the Budget and Finance Committee. So if this is the option chosen, it will maximize interest earnings of the permanent trust fund. So you're going to get more interest returned based on that choice. The con on that one is every time you want to use those quote excess funds, you will need to have a legislation that amends this expenditure plan. And the reason for that is because this document is the expenditure plan of the second 5-year plan. So anything that flows out of this fund has to be included. Item 2, you can remove the amendment that was made at the Budget and Finance Committee and go back to the legislation as the way it was originally drafted. So the pro in that case is you have maximum flexibility. The con is you have a loss of interest earnings at the time the allocation is made. So the money is no longer sitting in the permanent fund, but it goes into the UUFB of the general fund. And I just want to stress that we talked about at the Budget and Finance Committee that the UUFB is not a fund per se, like the Veterans Trust Fund is a separate fund or the permanent fund is a separate fund. But there is money available in the UFB, and we do specific legislations for expenditure of the money that is characterized as the UFB of the general fund. Again, the issue there is you're losing interest earnings as soon as the money is put, I won't say into, but I'll say allocated to the UUFB. Third option would be to draft an amendment that would put the money in the UUFB, but say not until the beginning of the fourth quarter, so around the beginning of July. The pro for that is it would provide 3/4 of interest earnings. Again, the con on that would be you're holding off on being able to use those funds until the fourth quarter. And then the other is you are limiting interest available into the fund. I'm sorry, you're limiting interest available on the permanent trust fund. That's what I meant to say. Okay, and then option 4 was presented to me yesterday, shortly before council ended its session. It's an amendment that was crafted by DOJ and the controller. And essentially what this does is it requires a list to be done at the beginning of the fourth quarter of every fiscal year that it's a 1-year amendment. So instead of amending it piecemeal throughout the year, which would be very cumbersome, it tries to mitigate that, and it has this legislation being amended once a year. So council, in this case, would have to come together and discuss what the choices were for the particular fiscal year and do an amendment. So this only requires 5 years of amendments, and those are the options. And that also that will maximize money in the permanent trust fund. That will maximize the interest earnings because you're keeping the money in the permanent trust fund as long as you possibly can. Okay, and then the second issue that I referenced earlier is in paragraph B of section 3, and that relates to the language talking about projected revenues and including the 40 million into projected revenues. And there is a suggested amendment that would alleviate that concern. So again, to wrap up, I just want to say that the legislation can stand as it is. You have 4 options available in front of you. I'm happy to answer any more questions in order to help council make its determination on which is the best option. Thank you, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowell. Let me go to question 2 as well. Madam Chair Charles Newton to Department of Justice and then to the Controller. Department of Justice, any additions? Any additional information?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Good afternoon, Mel. Good to hear your voice.
Good afternoon, sir. I really appreciate Ms. Lowell's explanation, and I think that it was an excellent explanation and making something that was very complex, simple, and relatively straightforward. So I couldn't have explained it better. Just in terms of option 4 that Ms. Lowell referred to, that I worked on yesterday, this option, the reason that I thought of this is I was trying to minimize, how many times the permanent fund 5-year expenditure plan would have to be amended. And I thought that it would be not ideal if it's amended multiple times per year for 5 years. So I thought, how about if in the context of the comprehensive budget, it's the 5-year expenditure plan is amended once per year, going hand in hand with the comprehensive budget. And so at the beginning, as Ms. Lowell explained, at the beginning of the fiscal year and planning the comprehensive budget, 40 million is set aside for the comprehensive budget. And then in option 4 that I'm discussing, in the 4th quarter, as Nabi and council are, kind of working on finalizing the budget, often there are unmet needs. Programs have unmet needs. As you know, last year that was addressed by the personnel lapse funds. And so I thought it's possible that council would like to use some of the excess, if there is any excess above the 40 million, to address those unmet needs. And I also thought it was possible that council might want to designate some of the excess for capital projects. And so I built in for that possibility too. And if the funds are designated for unmet budgetary needs, then those funds would go to the general fund. Whereas if council wanted to designate funds for capital projects, those funds would remain in the permanent fund and be drawn down incrementally based on a disbursement schedule according to the progress of each project. And that would leave the funds in the permanent fund to keep earning income for as long as possible. And that would be my explanation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Rodas. Let me go over to Madam Controller. Anything else to add on?
Speaker, this is Controller. Can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So thank you, Ahiha, for the opportunity to speak. Just wanted to say that our office does know all the nuances with this, with not only the permanent fund, but also the 5-year plan that we had implemented with very little language when it got put in initially, the one that we got through the 5-year just now. And so seems like we always talk about lessons learned. So some of the lessons we've learned was the first 5-year plan, it was really not as detailed. So a lot of things we had to come up with a process. So there's a couple of things I just want to clarify. I'm looking at a document that Legislative Council has put out. The issue number 2, I have concerns about because that is incorrect. So as part of the comprehensive budget process, we deal with projections. Recently, if you recall, delegates, Speaker, our office has put out the revenue projection that's usually due by law at the end of March. The revenue projection memo went out by our office, so that's the budgetary process, and normally we deal with projections on that side. So the reason why I'm explaining that is because what we're discussing right now, the permanent fund income, is not a projection. It's actually what we call an amount realized because it happened. We do have concrete numbers on what the income numbers are. And this is the very reason why a year ago, when this legislation was going to go through, our office had issues with it because it was contemplating projected income. So I just want to point out a real clarification that's important right now, because on issue number 2, it talks about, in this document, I'm going through it, it talks about how 40 million will be part of the projected revenue. So I just want to make that distinction. What we do, as we have been doing for the last 5 years, is we do the general fund revenue projection. That's a projection, it's separate. It has its own memo. If you recall, every year for the last 5 years, we also have a separate memo that we send out, and that one has a permanent fund income. So our office, there's a time lag. Because we're talking about permanent fund, we have to be very careful. We can't dip into principle for one. So there is a time lag. For example, right now, our office is concluding, or we're in the process of the fiscal year 2020 audit. And so we have to make certain that the income numbers off the audit is pretty solid. And then our office also then has to work with deducting 5% of that income for reinvestment, and that's a requirement from the trust fund. And then 95% of that is we have to deduct what we think are fees. That's an estimation that's part of the budgeting process. And we have to be really good at that because we have to be aware of the valuation and the fees and so forth. So our office has to deduct that before we arrive at the number that's what is being discussed right now. So again, it's a realized number. It's not a projection, therefore it's not subject to set-asides, as it was stated earlier, and then also it's pointed out in issue number 2. So that's not the case because for the last 5 years, we've never done that. So if you recall the last 5 years, we took out the 5% for reinvestment, we took out the fees, money management fees. Then we took out the 5-year plan. If you recall, delegates, there's that infamous one-pager that has 5 years worth of projects. We deduct that, and then we have what we call excess income that's available if there's any. I think in the last 5 years every year we had availability of excess income. In some cases, if you recall, we went further. We said we're not going to use all of it, the excess income. We're going to put some away for the following year, and we call that the contingency fund. So now think about that one pager of 5 years of projects. We don't have that. Now we're saying, okay, instead of projects, we gotta first fund the budget. Keep in mind, this is amounts realized, it's not a projection, so it won't be part of the revenue projection. That's a separate matter. And even when we do the revenue projection, we take out set-asides, and those are all projected. So this is separate, and we know for certain what the income is. And so I just want to make those distinctions. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to figure out how the process will look like. As council, both of them has said, without really going back and forth with legislations on projects, etc., or unless everybody is okay with that. I think we were trying to make it as easy as possible. The other thing so how the process will work is what, part of it, we want to supplement the budget, as Chanel and Ms. Marty Ashley talked about. So we're trying to accomplish this goal of funding the budget, and flip it around. We don't have the project.
Point of order?
Zahenio.
Oh, Chairman. Thank you. Go ahead, Chairman. What is your point of order?
Yes, I think the question here, is options that we're looking at based on what was presented by Legislative Council. And if we could just get a direct answer from the controller as which one is that they're comfortable with, then that way my colleagues can make a motion, amendment motion, so we can start moving with our business instead of getting a whole presentation again. So we could just get to the point right away.
Okay, thank you. That is a recommendation, Madam Controller.
Okay, I was trying to get to it. I'm looking at options 2 and 3 on this document. Those won't work, and I'll explain it, and apologize if I'm long-winded, but this is complicated stuff that we talk about. And so the reason why 2 and 3 won't work is it mentions UUSB. And just want to point out that a lot of calculations go in to arrive at the UUSB. So the reason why it won't work is, I know if you're not going to allow me to talk extensively about it right now, I know later I will get asked questions, well, we put 20 million into the UUSB, where's the 20 million? And I'm going to have to explain there's minimum fund balance requirements, there's GASB requirements, there's all of these deductions that take place before I arrive at a UUSB number. So that is the reason why if there's confusion on number 2 and 3, how we interchangeably use UUSB language with general funds, that's the danger in 2 and 3, in my opinion. So obviously, number 4, my office has worked with DOJ in trying to clarify the process. And so we're good with number 4. Obviously, having a clarified process, all the better. And I'm looking at number 1. In my opinion, either 1 or 4 will work. 1 is a little, is not as detailed as number 4. I was okay with leaving it as is with what BNF amendments were put in. So, so number 1 and 4 will work. Obviously, 4 clarifies 1, and 4 was my preference because we worked with DOJ on the language. And again, this is just so that we have an explicit process in place. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down then. Honorable, we'll go back to the floor. This is who I have in the queue. Colleagues ready to go. I have Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Keon Begay, and then Honorable Wilson Stewart. So with that, let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yat Isha Shewe, all the members of the delegates, all the Delegate Hinio, all the Mr. Martin, all the Shmada, Ms. Kirk. I have a question. So, on this legislation, now that we're saying that when there's declining of our resources, we have to use this funding to and I'm thankful that all the financing, like from the tax commission and then also from controller, they're part of it. You're the expert in it. Whatever your recommendation, we can go with it. We can use this funding to go. And then until this, the last part of the final vote that we're going to do out of I wanted to listen more to Shaman Lindgi, the controller, explain more her inside of it and then also the overall that her recommendation. On Sunday, but she kind of shortened all her report on it. But my question is, so how much deficit are we looking at right now today? We know that, we all know that there's the resources in the hospital, around even the coal is no longer in place because of that. We have. It's just not our fault. It's the way the market is. There's no way of making to the longer that there's no. It's going to be hard to operate or to go in the business of coal. So it's not Navajo Nation's fault or anybody else. So, so what is the deficit we're looking at today? I said how much are you expecting to 40 million? I said what's the deficit? I said maybe you will give us the deficit. Where's the deficit at? By maybe it's complete deficit. No, then so that will be my question, my first question. Speaker, reserve my time. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue. My phone dropped.
Well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alma Begay. That, let me go ahead and go back to sponsor, Chairman Henio. Maybe that might have been a question that was over to the controller, but Chairman?
Okay, to the Speaker Damon. The 24th Navajo Nation Council, a question that was asked was kind of like, we sit on the Budget and Finance Committee member, and we get first-hand information from the controller, and we get emails detailing projections of how much we stand to have every year from the controller, and so therefore we should be cognizant of what the revenues look like, what the differences are. And so, but I guess sometimes we don't pay attention to those reports at committee level. So, but as far as the deficit is and projection report, we're still waiting for the projection report for the controller as they do their closeouts. We did get a report from RVK, which was this email to us, and I haven't looked at it yet, but that also plays a big part as far as how the permanent fund income is performing in each quarter. And so therefore, look forward to the projection report from the controller. And can I not be interrupted? Speaker, please, if you can instruct our colleague not to interrupt.
Sorry.
I asked a question for
colleagues. I didn't hear anything on my side, Chairman Henio. So colleagues, if you could have your phones on mute. Chairman, go ahead.
Okay, so therefore, the controller gives us a projection report every year before we start the budget season, and then therefore we look at the projection deficits, and we've been lucky these past years that our deficit has not been that great. We've been managed every year. Our budget has been down a little bit, but not by a lot. For this year, as far as for the question, I think the controller, she has completed her projection report. She could give us that projection for this year. And so I yield my time to the controller for the remaining part of the answer.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, let me go to Madam Controller. Madam Controller, for response.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Speaker Otto Siaj, Chair Henio, and then also non-Siaj, Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay, for asking that question. I just want to say that we did issue a revenue projection memo March 31st to the 3 branches. And that usually kicks off the budget season. And so this year, we did project gross. This is also in my controller's report too. I understand it's a lot of pages, so it may get lost in the narrative and the verbiage. But we did project 187 plus million in gross general fund revenues, which includes coal. And coal was, out of the 187 plus million, around close to 29 million was from coal. And in years past, it has been double as far as our projections. So what's going on? Obviously, we are also impacted by oil and gas. So we are subject to the fluctuation of oil pricing. And also the other thing is sometimes we are also subject to the interest rates. In years past, our short-term interest rates has been high, with the Fed rates being high, but as maybe if you don't know already, they've really plummeted and they're near zero right now with the market. So we keep track of all of these, and then we do a revenue projection. Also, we do projections on the Navajo Nation taxes. So our gross revenue is 187 million. And then also from there, we take out the set-asides for the various trusts, including Permanent Fund, Land Acquisition Trust, Veterans Trust Fund, and then a few others, capital outlay, water rights, higher education. All of those things we take out. Those are by law. We have to take those out of our revenue projections. So we arrive, our projected revenue set-asides is about 50 million. So our net revenue that would be available off our revenue projection for the next fiscal year, 2022, is 137,205,000. So that's what normally we start with on that number is what we start with the 3 branch chief meeting. And then again, as mentioned earlier, the numbers from, we'll have a number, a realized number from the permanent fund, and those is what gets considered to be the starting point for the budget process. So again, I will say our projections in years past regarding coal, it's been around 55 million, 56 million, 60 million in 2019. And then it went down to 41 million in 2020, 31 million in 2021, and our projection for coal, and this is in working with the Minerals Department, who in turn work with the various parties, including, I believe, Intech. So our numbers are 28.8 is the projected coal revenues out of the gross 187 again. So I just wanted to give an overview. As far as a deficit, we haven't had a deficit in terms of a balanced budget. That's because, for example, this past year, we reimbursed ourselves using the CARES Fund for all the payroll, what we call the payroll support. That, if you recall, is around 42 million. That impacts our UUSB. If we reimburse ourselves using, just for example, administrative leave, that was allowable reimbursement that we could do using the CARES Fund, and that fell all the way down to the UUSB. That's why we have I guess you can say, a healthy UUSB. So with that, our general funds really hadn't had the impact, because for certain reasons or another, either we're our actual realized income revenues off of these projections are higher. We hit higher targets, and therefore it, falls to the USB. So just wanted to explain that a little bit. But yes, I believe with our coal, it has declined in years past. So again, just for reference purposes, our net, I'm saying our net is at 137 million. Last year was 113, and a lot of it we anticipated not only the pandemic, but we also anticipated oil pricing being impacted, but it wasn't as impacted as we thought. And then the year before, our net available, including some non-reoccurring dollars, was 154, and then before that it was 180. So you'll see the decline that's available for our comprehensive budget each year has declined. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and continue moving on. Vice Chair Smith, what's yours?
Thank you, Speaker, and also Chair Henio for introducing this legislation. The question goes to the options. I haven't heard anybody make a motion on any of these options yet, but I think that the way these options look, and looking at the original draft, it was simple on how we would utilize the permit trust fund. And now we're throwing in more monkey wrenches into the operation of trying to get these funds. And I hear that if we adopt this as is, that will have to come back every year to request for the permit trust fund. That's my question. Is that what I see with the current way this amendment has been put in? Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you. That 3 minutes and 50 seconds is your reserve time. Let me go ahead and move on down. Honorable Vince James. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Shanada Speaker, other members of the council, other Dan Shiyet, Honorable Dan Jamie Henio, Kodo legislation 0045-21 Kodonin Sosdo with co-sponsors. Nothiniki Stoko. Ado Kodo Nahandan Nihilat Ain Hadilnish legal counsel has undeko. Don Hill Istan Hola Donald Sosni Chequi Lasli Aquitahan Shado Aquitahaniajo Bedis Ado Yan Sakisi Kodon Hill Istan Ilako Kodon Hill legal counsel has undom slow. Ado DOJ has undor Stoko. Ado Nana under controller. Aja based on Haya Haliadon Haigedes Inko. Koko actually the quick machine is Kate Hana on a Kodo. Ye Hata has the Yego Beta this Adon on Sahaki space on our Ragi Hot Echo. Yo based on our Ragi became destiny. Dobe has Ani Behata Hatet Edo, Hate Archdato Inc. Ohot A Naznel Ohot Echo. So with that, I'd like to say that the controller's input is necessary. We just heard the comment, many comments, many times, heard it from our Honorable Nelson Begay, Woman Nation. So we need to let her speak. We need to let our women speak. on a lot of these legislations, especially our controller when it comes to money. She gives good and bad information on the Navajo people's money. We have so many Navajo people. We have aspects of waiting and wanting us lawmakers to protect the Navajo people's money. And so with that information, also Honorable Jamie Henyo stated that this money is for our Navajo children, our future. If that is true, we need to fully understand the concepts from different avenues, from different perspectives, from everyone, from the departments, from the programs regarding this legislation and what it will do. So with that, I will go ahead and I would like to make a motion to have a work session to be done no later than 30 days. If need to, let's do a defer back to Nabik work session. So ANKK do listo bahasti do lit. La ashon the banan hosh passionat ash peshman sa an nohlenigi at I bahasti do lit. Reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Second, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James. So this is what I have. Your motion for referral of legislation 0045-21 back to NABC committee and to have a work session on that. Then from that work session, bring it back to council no later than 30 days from today, which would be no later than May 20th, correct?
Oh, so now that you have.
Okay. That, colleagues, there's a motion by Honorable Vince James. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. With that, we'll go back to the sponsor. Chairman Henio, the 3 minutes on the board.
Shanada, cannot Speaker Damon. I don't Shanada, 24th Nation Council. On the motion to refer this to a work session is one, it's good. It's good that all of the 24th Nation Council is aware of what the implication of this legislation is and how it will work. But the other part is time. Time and on it. We're going into budget season now. And with this legislation being passed at the spring session now, then it'll fall right into place with the FY 2022 budget formulation. But Akwagi, our during the Budget and Finance Committee, Office Manager and Budget Director Dwayne Bial is hoping that this will be passed during this time, so he could his office would start working with it and getting the formulation moving and everything. So I just hope it doesn't put us back too far when it comes to getting our FY22 budget in place, because this plays an important piece of that puzzle. So even that if we can have a quick work session, that's going to go, and then special session, call Nanalia and pass this legislation, it would be beneficial too. So I hear nothing to list your Davis.
Thank you. With that, let's go to the board. Colleagues, Ms. Cavella, roll call vote.
Honorable Amar Begay. Honorable Amar Begay. Honorable Amar Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
That'll get Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
All right.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay. I vote green.
Red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugene Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canosbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canosbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canosbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Hanyo.
He votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hanyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable
Delegate
Carl
Slater,
Slater
red.
did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnicott.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winnicott votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green. Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canosbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canosbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Canosbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 10 in favor and 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
This is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 11 in favor and 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
Colleagues, usually by the end of the first quarter, which is the end of May, March, the projection should be out for what the Navajo Nation Council as interpreting the law for the appropriations for the next year's fiscal budget. fiscal year budget for 2022. And in doing that, this vote today is at 11 and 11. And as Chairman Henio indicated, if this legislation doesn't pass, what the Navajo Nation Controller is going to issue out for the entire budget for this entire next fiscal year is going to be approximately $40 million less than what it could have been. If we're sitting at 180 million minus the set asides, you're probably sitting at anywhere between 109 to 114 million dollars. If we don't include the $20 million that we set aside over there in last year's fiscal budget, which would bring us anywhere between 129 to 134 million, we're still $40 million shy. If that $40 million shy is going to be presented, and then eventually this legislation does get passed or does not get passed, we will have to amend our budget books, and it's going to delay the budget process even longer. So with that, colleagues, in order to have a decision made today, it would be better, preferable for the Navajo Nation to guide the staff in order for Dominic Bial, for OMB, the Controller's Office, to really gear up to help make sure that there's a proper appropriations that are made for the FY 2020 budget. So with that, colleagues, as indicated from Chairman Henio, it's critical that this legislation passes, or else we're going to be a $40 million deficit for FY 2022. So with that, I vote red.
That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 11 in favor and 12 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, 11 in favor, 12 opposed. Speaker voted. That motion fails. Back to the board. Moving on down. I have Honorable Keon Begay. Next in the queue.
Speaker, can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, kudo anas. I guess the same question along kudo brother United deficit ninigi. Maybe give us a hard dollar figure of shortfall that we're anticipating. I guess that's the key thing for us. I mean, I support the legislation, but the option and how this particular legislation was developed, though I there's languages in there in the amendment. All it does, it says is that Navajo Nation leadership. That's another question I have. When you say Navajo leadership, does this include the local chapter officials as well? Do they take part in that particular budget process? As you know, that Bahanas chapter, do Diego, the officials need Lindigi at the Gwindra level. I would assume maybe have the controller or the budget. How much of this 40 million will be specifically be the Winrut level operation? How much of it will be specifically for the chapter level operation? Le Winrut has on the Gita initially agit a base of Bihiki Aj Bub Nistole. Why not ask the meal sort of Niki in Deheke chapters or in Deho that's up on that also ban test case. So that's one area that I think that I need to get clarification. What specific and what part of the Navajo Nation government will be seeing shortfall? What was the rationale behind that $40 million? If there's any access, maybe direct them to the local chapter for projects or their operation as well. Based on you based on chapter official, chapter administration, chapter house that initially based on every year. I sure like to get a legislation, but I know they'll be asking me, do you need a budget? If not a budget, maybe make an amendment to say that access again, the amount of whatever amount, divide that up by all 110 chapters. What that's it up on that zone so ban such case. Ako area yakudo 3K has on that desk to speaker. Those 3 questions could be answered by the sponsor, if not the controls office. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Reserve the rest of my time. Reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve the time of 1 minute and 50 seconds. Let me go over to Chairman Hinu and to your agents. Or your agent, or if anybody else. Chairman.
Okay, yeah, lots of Speaker Damon. I know the question that's being asked about the deficit, and I'll defer to the controller again to give information as far as what are we looking at in FOA 2022 and 2023 and so forth. So if I could, controller, help me with the response, I appreciate it.
Controller.
Speaker, this is Controller Otto Kudo Benaidi Kidigi, and then Chiaj Chair Henyo as agent. Otto Shnalakui Delegate Key Allen Begay United Kid the Quila what is the deficit? So just to kind of Ebony Belagana Gatches of Bahashnet. So the Albana Bahint Inigida Benai Kidigi Navajo Nation Permanent Fund Joado Baso the Chihigi Sinolia income a coho earlier Belagana Gatche Bahasti. So around this time, to yat not be not this tinky audit dishne to nikit kujinikin danish. Digi nikit eastern and the income the chigi so ati bin danish. Eastern hot so eastern dalyao auto behidden niche. 5% reinvestment do fees de snenigi bikaho on the handa and the steep base ya daliando la de enigi money managers joy ato de neta so apa bashi a coho ajib connect at the ni ya ato nikish ato de neta ishan 1,000. That's one piece of information. Part of the information is permanent fund income audit based on the dagila de qui ya compe be hot it do lesiki ato bajo zinta. Ishan hot. I will say in years past, last year how much was it? I believe it was 65 that was available for the last year of 65 million. We had to deduct the final year of the 5-year plan projects out of that 65. And I don't remember, but usually it's around 30 or so million, a 5-year plan project on average. Auto a 65 though we deduct the 30 or so million of projects. Auto chinabi ohoki it's available that we can point to and say this is available to supplement the budget. Kutao del in that and it's usually around this time we go through those calculations, and it's usually dependent on our audit progress. So that's one piece of information that we need to get and make certain. Auto the other part of it, budget
Point of order,
revenue.
Speaker, K. Allen.
Okay, I don't know.
Point of order, Honorable Gallen Begay.
If you don't mind, Speaker, without using my a lot of time, may I rephrase my question in English so maybe that way it's understandable?
Madam Controller, did you hear Honorable Gallen Begay's questions?
Yes, he wanted a number, and I was explaining why we don't have numbers. And I explained it earlier in English. I explained it in Navajo. I was getting to the part.
Okay. Honorable Gallen Begay.
I appreciate Speaker. I'm not talking about the funding that's going to be coming forth from Permanent Trust Fund. My question is, where exactly are we looking at shortfall? Okay, last year, a 2021 budget approved it last year. The shortfall maybe you may be not the right person to be asked of my question, and that's the reason why I referred to the sponsor. Like for example, I know sitting on RDC, we have shortfalls in transportation department, we have shortfall in EPA department, we have shortfall in Department of Agriculture, and so on. This is the internal shortfall that's going to be realized. So if we're saying 40 million, does that mean that we need that there will be 40 million short across the board at all local internal Navajo Nation programs? That's what I'm referencing. Where specific, how much is the judicial branch will be short, how much the executive branch will be short, and how much the legislative branch will be short. This the mid so that any but to lehiki the legislation not if it's more than 40 million for other purpose. So again, so with the 40 million, I know is the 40 million that we know that Navajo Nation will be short. But my question is that which specific programs internally will be short to get these funding? Speaker, that's my clarification. I don't know if I'm clear or not.
Speaker, this is Controller. I was getting to answering the questions. There are a few factors involved, not just a straightforward explanation. So if you would allow me, I can answer the question.
Madam Controller, the floor is yours.
So thank you, Speaker. Okay.
I just need the first couple pages in the BIM manual from the legislation. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Controller, that was my fault. I didn't mute myself.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
The reason why it's all important is because we have not yet begun this process of what the deficit will be and what the unmet needs are. So we started with a revenue projection, 137 million. We take that number, usually there's a 3-branch meeting. By the time we get to the 3-branch meeting, we also have a number, the one I just explained from the permanent fund. Those two numbers and any other numbers, such as, I believe last year there was a UUFB set aside, 20 million. Those 3 numbers are what makes up the base of the budget. So that's the number that gets to be allocated between the 3 branches. All these allocations are done and excuse me if I'm explaining OMB stuff, but this is the budget process. So based on those allocations for the 3 branches, everybody gets to do their budget. So the 3 branch usually decides what total number they're working with. That's the revenue projection, permanent fund income, and any other such as UUSB that's set aside. That totals up to something. And so we don't know what that number is. And then the 3 branch has to decide that that's the base. If that's all we're working with, then that's the base. So right now, what we're saying is we're starting with 137 million. I want to say last year's total with projection, perm fund income, and I believe at the time we were working with 21 million, all of that added up. I want to say, and I'm guessing because I don't have it in front of me, I want to say that was 172. So now this year for fiscal year 2022, we're starting with 137 million. So we also have 20 million set aside. That brings us up to 157 million. So now, if I don't know, that's a decision that's being discussed right now, if we're going to use 40 million. That was the option that was presented. And that's the draft you have before you. So that's plugging up that hole. But that's assuming you want to stay at the 172-ish levels. So that, I don't know. That's a 3-branch decision. So again, this is the first time we're doing it, where we're supplementing the budget first. So that's where we're at. I don't know what that's going to be, if you need to utilize all of the 40 million. I also that probably doesn't address anything as unmet needs, because any program you get asked what their needs are, they'll give you the Christmas wish list. So hopefully this helps clarify what you're asking. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. That, colleagues, continuing on down, moving on. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Yes. Honorable James, question of privilege.
Question of privilege. Thank you, Don, another speaker, and the members of the council. I'd like to ask a question in regards to the budget process here. So, Ms. Kirk, Controller Kirk, the way I'm understanding the explanation is that we are working with the budget process backwards. Is this correct? Correct. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you. With that, we can continue on. Then I can go back to the sponsor. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Okay, now Speaker, around the colleagues of the 21st Navigation Council, Aro Shana, Mr. Hinio, Aro Koro, Shache, co-sponsor Lenigi, Mr. Wanika, Aro Koro, Shanella, Officer Controller.
Point of order, Delegate James.
Point of order. Point of order, Honorable James.
Yes, on Speaker Shanella and members of the council. Do I get an answer, or do we no longer obey the question of privilege?
Honorable James, at this time that the question was raised and to my understanding, I mean, I'll go back to the controller just to get a response, but that a question like that could be answered during the time allotted, Honorable James, because there would be no continued debate off of that question. So as a courtesy, I'll go back to the controller at this time, but a question like that could be asked during the allotted time. Madam Controller?
Speaker, Otto Schitzler, Delegate Vince James, I think your question is, we are working backwards is your question. And keep in mind, just wanted to tell you that we are working backwards in a sense that we have to supplement the budget, and then anything left over, should there be any leftover of the permanent fund income, then that goes to additional needs or projects, etc. So we're trying to go through this process that we haven't done before. So, and then as explained earlier, we're trying to get all of these numbers and then along with the budget process. So we're trying to work through this as we're going along, and it is unprecedented. We haven't done this. So hopefully that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you. That, Honorable Stewart, let's go back to you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Welcome. Kwagi Eya, Hastigi Eya, to the legislation, Eya, it says for a limited time. Waiting 12 NNC, subsection 1162B for a limited time period. Okay. Knowing what we have experienced the past 3 years and what we have seen, these are what areas that we are trying to improve upon. And that option 1 or 4 would be the best one. Legal counsel, this was a concern. She brought it to our attention. We're trying to decide. But at the same time, we go out into other areas. Which option is going to be best right now for us to take care of? So, from one of my colleagues, let the woman speak. Office of Controller, option 1 or 4 in the if we go with option 4, so I propose that from here to make that amendment to go with option 4 so that we can move forward on this legislation. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. That
Hello, are we still on?
Yes, I'm trying to clarify that and make sure Office of Legislative Services is getting that information out to you colleagues. Okay, with that, there's a motion by Honorable Stewart. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, amendment number 1, page 3, lines 26 to 30, replace the B. Is this better? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment Number 1, page 3, lines 26 to 30, replace the Budget and Finance Committee amendment and make the changes as indicated below. Paragraph D, the permanent fund income over $40 million shall be designated as excess income for the purpose of this expenditure plan, shall remain in the permanent fund and shall be available to fund additional needs by Navajo Nation leadership. New language. At the beginning of the fourth quarter of each fiscal year, in the context of deliberations on the annual comprehensive budget, the Navajo Nation Council shall determine what portion of the excess income, if any, shall be designated for unmet budgetary needs in the comprehensive budget, and what portion of the excess income, if any, shall be designated for capital projects, and council may amend this permanent fund income 5-year expenditure plan once per year at such time. Excess income designated for unmet budgetary needs shall be released to the general fund to be appropriated in the comprehensive budget resolution. Excess income designated for the capital projects to be specifically described and listed in the annual amendment to the expenditure plan shall remain in the permanent fund and shall be incrementally released by the Office of the Controller according to disbursement schedule established for each project according to achievement of each milestone in the project's construction process. End of new language. Let me check something. You just sent that out. Thank you with that.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Sergeant and colleagues. There's a motion by Honorable Wilson Stewart on amendment number 1 for legislation 0045-21 that's been read into the record by Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, is there a second?
Yeah, Wanika.
Second, by Honorable Nika. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to Delegate Wilson Stewart for offering the amendment. Fully agree with it. I have a request to modify, and that is to include the language that's identified within issue 2. And I already asked Legislative Council to draft amendment that moved forward with option 4 and included the issue 2 language. And I asked that that be submitted out. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Number 2. The second portion. Okay, we're getting that information. It's going to be a request to modify. Honorable Slater, while doing that, your time, reserve time is 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Okay, with that, request to modify. Let me get the language from Mr. Rico, if you can read in the language for modification.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, there's a modification to add language. And that's page 3, lines 21 to 22. Make the changes as indicated below. The Navajo Nation Controller shall include $40 million new language in available permanent fund income funds for use in the annual comprehensive budget. End of new language. For each fiscal year from 2022 to 2026. New language. However, this amount shall not be included as part of overstrike in and existing language, the annual revenue projections required in 12 NNC section 830C. New language, comma, and therefore shall not be subject to trust fund set-asides. End of new language. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now. With that, Honorable Slater, you're good with the language on the modification request, right?
Oh.
Okay, with that, Honorable Stewart, request to modify.
Biga.
Okay, with that, Honorable Wanika as a second. Her? Good. Good to go. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? Went twice. Went 3 times.
Vice Chair Smith, Speaker. I was unmuted. I was muted.
Lord Board, the call for
Vice Chair Smith, please, point of order.
Point of order, Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, my phone dropped and I was trying to make a be on the queue, I guess you could say. Speaker, I just got on with the first when you were calling it for the 3rd time. There is a concern, Speaker. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for that, as I have been giving adequate time between going from calling for the question, calling out a second and third. At that time, when I did call the third, I did call for the vote, so I'm going to the vote.
Speaker, point of order. This is on the language under D, and I wanted to address that. It's just the language. It's not a debate on the here. It's just to make sure that this language is in line with the current legislation. Speaker.
I can come back to you after the vote, but at this time, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, there can be an additional conversation after the vote. And if there's a needed an amendment, we can come back to you when you're in the queue, Vice Chair Smith. But at this time, did call for the vote on amendment number 1.
Point of order, Speaker. This is in reference to technical difficulties that we have. If I was on the floor, I would shout out, I want to be recognized. But when there's this mutant business going on, that makes it difficult in trying to get these things coordinated. That's where we're having technical difficulties. Sir.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. As indicated earlier, though, I did call for the second. I called for the initial recognition. I did have Honorable Nika notify that he did concur with that. I did indicate that there was nobody else on the board. And I gave adamant time from there to go to the second. And then I did call for the third to go to the vote. So at this time, we're voting on amendment number 1.
Point of order, Delegate James.
Honorable James, point of order.
Another speaker and then members of the council, I believe yesterday you took precedent and you get a lot of time for our Navajo Nation president, even though you called after the third time. So one, that's my point of order. Number 2, I would like to hear the recording of the time you were calling up to the third time. I believe I did indicate I had a question and we both spoke at the same time before you got to calling for the third round. Thank you, Speaker. That's my point of order.
You can listen to the recording, but there's 2 options, Honorable James or Vice Chair Smith. You can challenge my authority and challenge the outcome of my decision at this time. And my decision at this time is that I did call for the vote. And at that time, I'm recognizing that and we're moving forward. And but as a delegate, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Vice Chair Smith or Honorable Vince James, you are able to challenge. We are in council. So I suggest that be an option if you would want to do that at this time. The other option too is if there's any further discussion that can be brought up, it can come back to the amendment. If there's any further recommendations, I would just need a motion and a second after this vote to discuss the further initiatives that were passed on this recommendation at the time for this amendment motion. Honorable Vince James or Vice Chair Smith.
This is Delegate James. I'll kindly request for the recording. I believe we're both talking at the same time.
Okay, again. How do you play that? How do you play it? Is there, I'll play it. No. Hey, was that Monica second? Her? Good. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on that? Twice. Went twice. Went 3 times.
Can't hear you, speaker.
Who's not mute?
Honorable Speaker Damon, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Oh, they're playing the recording.
Are we still on?
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Colleagues, with that, in hearing the recording, I did call it Honorable Vince James. I did hear that you indicated through the process, but in doing that, I still stand by my decision, Honorable Vince James. Again, you have the option to challenge my decision as a member of the floor of the 24th Navajo Nation body. Let's vote.
Thank you,
No, this
Speaker.
is
I would
Victor
like to
Smith.
challenge.
Okay, that is a challenge on the floor by Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton, question of privilege.
Hold on, Madam Chair Charles. Okay, the challenge now then is this, Honorable Vince James is challenging the Speaker's decision on the motion to move forward, or the direction to move forward on voting on Amendment 1. At this time, if, is it? Colleagues on the vote, Honorable Vince James challenge, if you're voting in the decision for Honorable Vince James, his vote is green. If you're voting in the favor of Honorable James, his vote is green. If you're voting in the decision that the Speaker made, you're voting red. With that, colleagues, before I get a second, let me go to Madam Chair Charles Newton for a question of privilege.
Yes, Speaker, I apologize. When you were playing the recording, it kept going in and out. Can we hear the recording again?
Madam Chair Charles Newton, that's the only way it's going to work. We played it twice. I can play it again, but it's still going to have that sound.
I second Vince James' motion. Honorable James, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Play it again for Madam Chair Charles Newton. We're playing it right now again. Twice. 3 times. Questions on amendment number 1? Can you hear me now? Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, so motion for challenge by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, go to board.
Honorable Almer Begay.
Vote
Honorable
green.
Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red. Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Also votes red.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Let's skate the show.
Red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes red.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 4 in favor and 18 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Can you hear me? Thank you, colleagues, with that. On a challenge
Speaker,
vote.
this is Delegate So.
Yes, Madam. Well, Honorable Charlotte
Just at the time, thank you, Speaker. Just at the time where my vote was being confirmed, I voted red. Is that what was recorded?
Yes. That's what was recorded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, on a challenge, Speaker's ruling a direction to move forward on voting on Amendment 1, the vote of 4 in favor, 18 opposed. Motion fails on the challenge. With that, colleagues, moving forward, we are voting now on Amendment number 1, sponsored by Honorable Wilson Stewart, seconded by Honorable Winika. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Green. Green.
Honorable
I vote green.
votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is no. Okay, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Gina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canuspot Crotty. Honorable Amber Canuspot Crotty. Honorable Amber Canuspot Crotty did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Panau Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panau Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
Colleagues, with a vote of 18 in favor, 3 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. With that, let's go ahead and go back to the main motion. On the main motion, this is who I have in the queue. I have Honorable Slater, then Honorable Otto. So, Honorable Slater, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we just passed the amendment that I desired to make, so I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Honorable Slater. That moving on down, Honorable Otto. So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. What I wanted to bring up is that since we're talking about the permanent trust fund derived income, is this a legislation that requires 2/3 of the Navajo Nation Council's vote? Because we're talking about the permanent trust fund. Because in order to use the principle, it requires a referendum by of the Navajo people to authorize. But with the requirement of the permanent trust fund, I think this should have been a 2/3 vote legislation. The bar of tapping into this resource is very low. That's just maybe when we could get that answer from the Legislative Council. I guess basically committee members or members of the council, we have to pass this. We all know 2 years ago we knew that the amount of shortfall was going to happen and shut down Peabody, and we did that vote to shut down the NGS. No ifs and buts. We have to pass this thing, or else, who are we going to send home? Whatever that shortfall is, and this is what it comes down to. If we don't pass this thing, who are we going to send home? Because we're not going to have the revenue for next year if we don't pass this. So, derived income. Projects, but now we have to utilize that for the services to provide to the Navajo people under direct services. So, guess at the end, just move forward to vote on this legislation, and I'm going to motion to cease debate and reserve my time.
Second the motion. Okay.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, while I'm tallying it up, Vice Chair, before I recognize the cease debate, Vice Chair Smith, question of privilege.
A question of privilege, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council and those that are listening in. I voted red on the amendment because The amendment was supposed to remove all the prior amendments made by Budget and Finance Committee. That's the way I understood it. And that's why I wanted to question how that language was drafted, because if we did remove the language under Amendment 2, it would keep the language in there that's overstricken and says, and the controller shall include the excess income in the calculations of available funds for the UUFB in accordance with Title R12 NNC subsection 820K, the excess income. That would be the language that would have been still in there regarding this amendment that was passed. That's my question of privilege on that, and I challenged that, but challenge was defeated on that, which is the prerogative of the Navajo Nation Council. So help me out on this, Speaker. I'm not saying I'm not in favor of this bill here. It's just making sure that the language is corresponding to what we're trying to do here. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Your question of privilege. Ms. Lowell, are you there?
Speaker, it's Kristen Lowell. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Speaker, members of the council.
I guess the question is, if you heard Vice Chair Smith, is everything in order?
I did.
Okay.
Delegate Smith is correct, but we can work on the technical issues during the engrossment process.
Okay. Thank you. With that, colleagues, there is a motion. Well, hold on.
Speaker, are we still there?
Yes, I'm trying to get everything clarified in order to make a decision on the debate process of legislation 0045-21. Colleagues, we did debate this legislation for 2 hours and 24 minutes as of right now. And this legislation has won at 8 of our colleagues speak on this legislation. Of those 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those individuals have supported their efforts in this legislation. 2 have indicated a non-position. So with that, colleagues, there has been nobody who has been outspoken against this legislation. Specifically, on that basis, colleagues, this legislation goes back to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In meeting the standards, this legislation has gone through the process. It was at Budget and Finance Committee. It did go through NABI, ATIC Committee, and Navajo Nation Council. So with that, colleagues, at this time, I'm going to recognize Auto Associates debate. Is there a second?
Thank you,
Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, there's no debate. Let's cease debate. Go to the board.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Honorable Begay.
Hold on, we have a question of privilege from Honorable Vince James while we're voting. Honorable James.
Thank you, Shanala Speaker and members of the council. In regards to Shanala Honorable Aldoso's question for the 2/3, is that going to be answered or not? Thank you.
Yes. When there was a cease debate motion, I recognize that cease debate, but because you're asking the question of privilege, we'll go back to that. So when Honorable Aldoso brought that up, that was null and void after he brought up the cease debate motion. Going back to your question of privilege, Honorable Vince James, I will go to Ms. Kristen Lowell for that right now. Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Speaker. Excuse me. There is a 2/3 vote on this legislation. It's not for the expenditure of fund income, however. That doesn't, the Section 905 of the permanent fund does not give us a vote requirement, unlike expenditure of principal. However, the issue is that there is a waiver of 12 NNC 1162 C, and that fund to amend requires a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. OLC's current position is that the waiver requirement should be consistent with the requirement to amend. Therefore, it's a 2/3 vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Lowell, so are you saying legislation 0045-21 is not a simple majority legislation? Per the Office of Legislative Counsel recommendation. Because right now on the agenda as it sits, this legislation is simple majority.
Speaker, that's correct. There was an error when the agenda was put together, and it's a 2/3 vote, not simple majority.
Let's say that in the. So the code indicates, though, that it's not a 2/3 vote, though, right, Ms. Lowell?
No, Speaker, I wouldn't characterize it that way. The issue is one of waiver. So it's not the permanent fund statute that's driving this issue. It's the fact that there is waiver language in this legislation that creates the issue.
Okay, with that, there is waiver language. That's all you need to know. Any kind of waiver language just needs 2/3 majority. So with that, colleagues, legislation 0045-21 is actually a 2/3 legislation. That we were on the vote. The cease debate. On a cease debate motion, it needs 2/3 of the membership. And as of on the last vote, it was 21. So 2/3 of 21 is what? 14. Okay, let's go to board on cease debate.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Honorable James, go ahead. Question of privilege.
So, thank you very much again, Shanala Speaker and members of the council. And this is what I was trying to get to. But in regards to the code, and then also in regards to notice to the public advertising the agenda, there's no indication on the agenda that indicates that it's supposed to be a 2/3 vote. So we are currently out of order. Is my perspective, and I would like to get the legal counsel perspective as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable James. This has happened on a couple of different occasions when the agenda was put together, and there has been precedents before, but I'll have legal counsel explain.
Speaker, this is Kristen. As far as my recollection goes, when this has happened in the past, we have not excluded the legislation from the agenda, but rather upheld the voting requirement. I don't know if you recall something different happening, Speaker.
Nope, we just upped the voting requirement. So this legislation is now going to be a 2/3 vote. If this cease debate motion happens and it goes to the, and we continue on to the final vote on legislation 0045-21, the vote is now 2/3, so 16 votes in order to pass legislation 45-21. That, go to board on cease debate.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Over green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakadi.
Shema, Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakadi votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakadi votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable
Green.
Raymond Smith Jr.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I thought this show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan
Green.
Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 3 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Can you hear me? Thank you. With that, colleagues, the vote of 18 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries to cease debate. With that, on legislation 0045-21, Mr. Rico, can you do a second reading?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, you have one amendment. Amendment 1, page 3, lines 26 to 30, replace the Budget and Finance Committee amendment and make the changes as indicated below. Paragraph D, the permanent fund income over $40 million shall be designated as excess income for the purpose of this expenditure plan, shall remain in the permanent fund, and shall be available to fund additional needs by the Navajo Nation leadership. New language. At the beginning of the fourth quarter of each fiscal year, in the context of deliberations on the annual comprehensive budget, the Navajo Nation Council shall determine what portion of the excess income, if any, shall be designated for unmet budgetary needs in the comprehensive budget, and what portion of the excess income, if any, shall be designated for capital projects, and council may amend this permanent fund income 5-year expenditure plan once per year at such time. Excess income designated for unmet budgetary needs shall be released to the general fund to be appropriated in the comprehensive budget resolution. Excess income designated for capital projects to be specifically described and listed in the annual amendment to the expenditure plan shall remain in the permanent fund and shall be incrementally released by the Office of the Controller and according to a disbursement schedule established for each project according to achievement of each milestone in the project's construction process. End of new language. 2, page 3, lines 21 to 22, make the following changes as indicated below. The Navajo Nation Controller shall include $40 million, new language, in available permanent fund income funds for use in the annual comprehensive budget. End of new language. For each fiscal year from 2022 to 2026, new language. However, this amount shall not be included as part of end of new language overstrike in end of overstrike the annual revenue projections required in 12 NNC section 830C new language, and therefore shall not be subject to trust fund set-asides. End of new language. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we're board on legislation 0045-21 with one amendment. 2/3 vote.
Speaker Damon, question of privilege is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, what we're voting? Question of privilege?
Yes. This is just a question of privilege. As was stated by Legislative Council, there'll be grammatical changes pursuant to the question I had that would be on record, and that would be corresponding with that amendment that was passed and would be put in the language, correct? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Vice Chair Smith. There's a couple of different processes after this, actually before this legislation can get executed. So there's still time for that, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, go to board.
Honorable Alma Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona.
Lord votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 2 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, on legislation 0045-221, 20 in favor, 2 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. On that, colleagues, that legislation was 2/3 vote. That legislation does need to go, our final authority is here on the legislative side. That does get sent over to the president for his approval, though, on the executive side. With that, colleagues, on legislations, we are continuing on our agenda. We are now at item number 12, which is close of session announcements and adjournment. What is the wish of the committee or wish of the council?
Henyo.
Announcement.
Honorable Elmer Begay, then Chairman Henio. Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead, and then Chairman Henio.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Shall we add on the members of the Navajo Nation Council too? So the people are on the line too. I have an announcement to make on May the 6th at 7 o'clock. Water rights units will have a traditional ceremony for the water rights, which will be in Round Rock at the residence of Avery Denny McCarthy. So I'll be there at 7 o'clock, so everybody's invited too. Okay. So that's my announcement, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll put that in the calendar. With that, moving on down. Honorable Henio, colleagues, could you please mute your phones? With that, Chairman Henio, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, it's the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I just want to say thank you, Kadla, for passing legislation 0045-21. So, Kadla, idea.
Speaker,
Speaker Delegate Daniel So.
Okay, with that, Honorable Edison Wanika, then Honorable Eugene So, then Honorable Daniel So. Thank you, Chairman Henio. Honorable Edison Monica? Honorable Edison Monica? Honorable Edison Monica going twice.
Speaker, this
Yes.
is Wanika.
Oh,
Was I, is this for speaking?
for announcements, yes.
Oh, no, I don't have any announcement. I was just, I'm in a meeting with Ocean Chapter 2, so I think I used the wrong phone pushing buttons or something.
Oh.
So
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too.
Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So on announcements.
Announcement regards to my friend Nelson Begay. Can I just say something for him as an not as an announcement, but his final resting place?
Yes. Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the song that saved a wretched me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker. Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, legislative council, all the friends, relatives on the call. My question is regarding an email that Mr. Donovan Shorty sent out, that those that signed up to attend the functions on Thursday, we had the amounts, the requirement was to do a COVID test. So far, the email said Navajo Nation Department of Health would coordinate that. Is there any follow-up information regarding that? Because if we're gonna, I guess many of us will have to drive in tomorrow to get tested. And I'd just like more pertinent information about what time to be in the Window Rock area tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So, unfortunately, this isn't run by the Speaker's office of the legislative branch. This is being run by Office of the President, Vice President, and we have not got any more information. As soon as we get information from Office of President, Vice President, we send that information out. We have not received anything else in coordination. As soon as we get that information, we will definitely make sure that you're aware, Chairman Daniel So, and all the colleagues, on when that information needs to be put forth tomorrow, or when we need to be here tomorrow. But as of right now, I'm sorry, Chairman, I don't know. We have not received any other formal information from the Office of the President, Vice President. I don't know if Chief Paulson Chaco's on the line, if we could get that information. But that's something we're waiting for them and their team members to give us that formal information so we can send that to our fellow colleagues. Chairman Daniel. So I hope as soon as we get it, we can get it to you. I don't know. Chairman Paulson, are you on the line? Anybody from the executive team have an answer for Chairman Daniel? So I know that there's some things that they're, I guess we can talk about it offline. Maybe that this is one of those things that they want to talk about offline, Chairman, too, as well.
Speaker, as long as it's not classified a secret meeting.
Okay. All right. Okay, colleagues, again, with that, moving on. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Oh, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. You did an excellent job, and I'm very proud of you. We concluded on the second day here, and we have reached out to the late Honorable Nelson Begay's family, prayed for them, and I appreciate Honorable Eugene So singing a respectful song, Amazing Grace. And our legislative attorneys too, working so hard to produce these legislations. So yeah, and everybody that's listening, our President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Navajo Nation employees, God bless everybody. Hakona.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As a formal announcement from the Speaker's office, I respectfully ask that we just recess for today. As I was I knew about this information, but colleagues, we did line up the recognitions for Wednesday morning, starting tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. and going through till 10:30 a.m. So with that, colleagues, we will still, there's two options. One of them is that formal recognitions will still continue tomorrow. And that will be the Page High School Sand Devils, boys and girls, 3A state ball champions are going to be here in the chambers. Sports media zone, or actually probably in front of the chambers. Recognition by Honorable Vince James, recognition by Nathaniel Brown, recognition by Charlene So, and recognition by Honorable Eugene So. So colleagues, those recognitions will still be happening tomorrow morning at 8:30. With that, we'll be here and okay, now I just found out that it's all pre-recorded, so we will be showing those live at 8:30 starting tomorrow morning, and then we can go ahead and conclude with that. So with that, colleagues, what the suggestion then is we can adjourn and then go forward with that. But we will be showcasing that information starting tomorrow at 8:30. Other than that, I know that there's, as soon as we get the information from the Office of the President, Vice President regarding Thursday's meeting and Friday, we'll get that information to you. We might have to call a special, just a special leadership meeting to give all the full details. From that, I know that there's meetings that'll be happening on Friday too as well. So tomorrow, if you're going to be in the Window Rock area or wherever, we're still celebrating. This is still our week, council session week. Tomorrow's colors are red, representing Missing and Murdered Dene Relative Awareness. Thursday is green, Earth Day is on Thursday. And then Friday is our Navajo Nation Code Talker Awareness, wearing yellow. So with that, colleagues, thank you very much. That's all I have for you at this time. And tomorrow
Speaker?
is Navajo Nation Administrative Appreciation Day. So for all the staff. So thank you.
Motion adjourned, Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Smith. Are you seconding, Madam Chair?
No, I actually had a question, but I can second. That's fine. I just was hoping to ask my question before we adjourn.
Well, let me go to honorable motion to adjourn at 2:47 p.m. by Vice Chair Smith, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Speaker, I would just like to ask if you could possibly send us the information for former Delegate Nelson Begay. I'm actually sitting in my car right now. I was going to head there for his services, but I never made it. So I'm not sure exactly where we can go to drop off donations for his family. So if you could just email me that information, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
You guys have that? Yeah, Chief of Staff is sending that over to you now.
Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, with that, colleagues, thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on down, 2:47 is a motion to recess, second by Vice Chair Smith, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Any other comments on adjourning?
That was motion to adjourn.
Yes. Done. Oh, there is no comments on adjourning, huh? Here. All right, let's go to board.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Question of privilege while we're voting.
Just for clarification, it is to recess, not to adjourn, correct?
We are recessing, but we will be here in the morning, showcasing those pre-recorded sessions starting at 8.
He said adjourn.
So we are adjourning. We are not recessing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go to vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Body.
Delegate Amber Kenneth green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Body votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Canal Valona. Honorable Canal Valona.
Paul votes green.
Honorable Canal Valona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene
green.
So did not. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater via text votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
That 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. We're officially adjourned on the spring session for 2021. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day. Safe travels.
Thank you, Speaker. How good is it, Church?
Thank you.